पाकिस्तान में पहली बार पबजी मोबाइल का जुनून पहुंचा है कॉलेज कैंपस पर। अपना स्क्वाड जमा करें और अपनी कैंपस की नुमाइंदगी करें। लड़िए अपने विकार के लिए। दाव पर हैं $30,000।
Hello everyone and welcome to Pubg World Campus Championship Pakistan by Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. My name is Oshin Sharma. Alongside me is Ankit, and we have seen the groups just going head to head against each other. Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, Group 4, like all those teams just going against each other. But today it's going to be a new group, and obviously some new stories will be written down for the top 7 contestations.
Yes, more narratives, more story build-ups will be on this day as some more teams. Obviously, two teams will still colliding for their securing of top 7 position. Yesterday, we saw some teams coming up in the top 7 and some teams being faltering. But let's see how these teams are going to perform in the today's match as for now.
Exactly. Now let's have a look at the prize pool as well to talk about what's at stake right now. Obviously, we know that the MVP of the tournament is going to get those $500 for themselves, but the prize pool right now, 30,000 onto the prize pool marker, with first position getting you $10,000, second getting you 5,000, third getting you 3,200. These top 3 contestations is what everyone is looking for right now. But as of now, top 7 again for today. 2 groups will be playing up. For one group, obviously, it's going to be the top 7 contestation, and again for the next one, the same will follow up.
Yes, and that massive prize pool, not only just that prize pool, the name, the bragging right, as you say, the fame that gets added onto your cap, the feather that we also talk about. So not only just the prize pool, but obviously these names, because once you surpass all these challenges and get to that hashtag 1 position or maybe hashtag 2, and obviously following all those lists in the charts, you get a lot of name, a lot of fame here. And these are the lads that actually grind day in, day out. They have their schedules, they have the alarms clock ticking on in, and obviously then they make their way through. And we have seen some good stuffs going on. We have seen some struggling teams actually emerging up, and obviously some teams who actually perform good, but they just miss the mark.
Exactly, and you're talking about struggling and messing up stuff. There's the point system that you have to just follow. Of course, if you're on 13 to 16, you get nothing except the kill points that you might have earned before that elimination. First position gets you 15 points, second gets you 12, third gets you 10, and after that it just follows on. But the major tiebreaker is really the kill point, that 1 kill, 1 point system, that obviously you have to get more and more for your own numbers, and obviously just to gather as much as you can.
Yeah, it becomes actually important to secure more and more kill points if you find yourself in the 8 to 16 position, because just 1 point awarded to 8 to 12 position and 0 points from 13 to 16. So it becomes actually important to secure those kill points if you don't go for those placement points. And we have seen some teams actually going, some of the teams for the placement points, some of teams for the kill points, and some teams that are actually on the top with both the placement points and the kill points.
Yeah, those are the dominating teams, right? Those are the teams that dominate. Obviously, they love to go for that. If we just talk about, because if you remember, there were matches yesterday that were going on that you and I were casting, and we saw some teams getting good kill points, good placement points all together. So it gets the amalgamation of both the things, right? Once you get those things for yourself, you get to know the understanding as of how the tournament is going on and how the competition of you versus the teams that are against you is going on altogether.
Yes, and realizing all these things, every team has tried their top-notch performance to get at that top position, and because of that, we are heading towards the squad roster for Group 7 onto our TV screens.
Exactly. There was DraCula, there was G69, Team NB, Futuristic X, Seksi, and Team 8. Like, these are the teams for Group 7, obviously, that are going to be just talking about their own gameplay versus the gameplay of the lobby.
Exactly, they have to also fight amongst themselves and all those team members. For now, I see 2 teams, Oriol and Assaulters, that have been DQ'd, but more teams are joining into the frame. For example, Nightmares, Envoys, No Sympathy, and Chaparganju, they too have been DQ'd.
Well, No Sympathy's out there, Envoys is out there, Nightmares is out there. I've seen these teams, right? I've seen these teams last time when I was casting Group 7 and Group 8. We have seen these teams just, going head to head against each other. And I would love to say one thing, that I would love to talk about one thing, that is they don't bring that much aggression right in the start, like in the first game. But once they do in the second or third game, like it kind of just becomes a story. Obviously, after 3 games, the story ends though, but the conclusion, the climax of the story, it's a really good thing to look forward to.
Yeah, and talking about that, we have seen some teams actually performing good after the first match. Some teams right off the bat we saw yesterday as
Yeah.
FTF were going on. So we have to see for today that how these teams actually pan out their games. But for now, schedule is on its way for Group 7. That the first game for them will be the Erangel, Sanhok, and Miramar. Obviously, the same format will be repeated for our Group 8. That is Erangel, Sanhok, and Miramar.
Exactly. I mean, Group 7, Group 8, these two groups are just out here. They know that, if they have to just, outperform everyone, they'll have to just, obey these groups for themselves. But right now, Team TES is looking really good for themselves with 89 points. So this is what I was talking about, right? If you look at the other groups after game 6, like they were opting for a 100-point marker for sure. Now this team, they are at double digits, but with the first game, they would want to have the triple digit for themselves. So the gameplay here is a bit slower as compared to the other groups, but it's a lot more tactical, and I love that thing about this group for sure.
Yes, but my eyes will be on the team G69 because we saw some good fights being going into their favor when we saw
Yeah.
last time they were actually playing, and especially teams like Envoys and Team Envy. But especially my eyes will be onto them. Some also teams like DraCula,
Yeah.
Salter, QR Force, and Team Thugs that are onto the second half of the chart. But the difference is not much because I see Team X sitting just with 33 points on the #7 position, and the teams that are actually following them doesn't have a very much big downward leap as we talk
Yeah.
about the total point system. So anytime, any moment, they can actually make a comeback, and just because of that, the flight path is on its way.
Well, the match is live right now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the first match for today. We'll have to see which teams just move forward for themselves, because we can talk about it from Stalbert to Novorapnois, where the flight path is Milka, Shilta Prison, Yasnaya, Rozok, Pochinki are going to be the areas that are still glidable. But George Pole, Peripia, Primos, Gatka, and now there's going to be a story. Just if the players will have to go out there, and military base. Well, that's a really good area if a team wants to go. The other ones are really happy with their own rotations.
Yeah, we have seen some good rotations going on too for them, but for now it seems that TES trying to make an early exit from that plane, and they are just trying to go towards the Kamishki and the Stolber area. We have seen some teams in the past actually trying to these areas, but these are the areas that are quite actually very much isolated. But for now, TES, they are saving really very good. And if we talk about their point system and point distribution in the chart, they are still not in the top half of the chart. That means they have to have a very good game. FTC, they also had a good outing in the last matches when they played, but obviously again I will be looking up to the players of G69. Where are they? Yes, they are onto the area on the western side of prison. That is the shelter, but the circle with an eastern western shift. How many times, Ocean, have we seen this same type of circle coming into the frame?
So this goes down to the query Pochinki Gatka open area in the middle. That's where the circle is going to go, obviously. And with that, talk about Team 8X. It gives them a really good advantage right now. They're at military base. They don't have to move from there for the first circle at least. But once they have to, they can stay at the bridge area for a while as the circle moves forward. And from there, they can just take all the fight. But talk about QRF. They are still at Pochinki. Like they're at the Pochinki area. They don't have to worry about. But no sympathy. They are going to George Pole. They have a proper open area to play against. Talk about the hill, talk about the Katka areas. They have a proper rotation for themselves.
Yes, no sympathy. Actually, trying to go to Georgia Pool, they will have a very good loot. Not only that, you can see the western side of the map. For example, the city of Gatka, Query, and the areas of hospital ruins. They are completely barren. They are completely empty. So this team is not gonna have any sort of problems while their rotation is going on. And you can see two players in two different split. Two players going onto the southern side of Georgia Pool apartment, and some players also trying to get to the crates area. But for now, it seems that all the floor players are trying to go to the obviously the northern side of the Georgia Pool, that is the apartments area. But for now, it seems that we are not gonna see any sort of early altercation. But DC, right off the bat, they are trying to swim.
Well, and if it works, right? You cannot just think about any other decision. But they are not swimming, right? Now you can see the parachute marker on them. So they are still trying to see where they can glide. I bet they have opened their parachute a bit early. And now they are thinking of one thing, and that is where do they land down for themselves, and from there, because they knew, right, that they are inside the circle now, so all they need to do is find a safety cushion for themselves, and they are going to be finding it out around the bridge area for sure. Bridge and to the right hand side of bridge, that looks like a really good thing. They can just contest the bridge rotation of team 8x.
Yes, we were talking about the 8x. They were sitting very good in a very good position in the area of military base. But for now, if DC goes for that execution of bridge camping, I'll be more interested to see that, because for now we haven't seen any bridge camp as such being implemented, especially in this map of Erangel. So it can be a feast of for us and obviously for the viewers too.
Probably it will be. It will be. If it just comes down to that, it's definitely going to be a feast for the viewers and us as well to look forward and to see and cast on these fights. But right now, talk about Miltapa. I mean, there's not a lot of times when you see teams just dropping down to this area. It's a really good area, though. It's highly underrated. And the teams, when they drop down, they get their loot. But the thing is, the circle's not their friend. And in less than 10 seconds, the zone is the one that's going to be just shifting.
Exactly. Exactly, and they have to make an entry in zone, and that's just because of that. Some players, some teams don't like to go to the area of Milta Power and the area and the compounds around that, but it actually offers you a very good loot. But for now, it seems that in the area of Pochinki, QRF, especially one player I would like to take his name, Assassin. We saw this player obviously rescuing his team and going down to the wire when obviously this team was actually trying to make an entry into the second last or the last zone. Assassin was the player who was standing right there, right tall like a rock.
Well, Assassin is here as well. I mean, you can just have a look at this player. He has got good stats for himself. But right now, what he does not have good is the level 1 helmet and vest. I mean, they are helpful, but if you get any other better option, you would obviously not want to go for that level 2 or level 3 stuff if you can just find them. And obviously, it's going to be helping you out in the fights as well. The other one, I mean, it's good. It's good to have that kind of a protection, but if you get a better helmet or something, or maybe a vest, you know it, right? It's always a better option to have that upgrade for yourself. But right now, no one's contesting them as of now because coaching it's just their home. So let's see what happens once the contestation starts.
Yes, but 5 minutes, 30 seconds in the game, we haven't seen any blood drawn into this match. 12 teams have obviously participated in this game, but some players are obviously missing. So it seems that some teams have also not joined with the 4-man roster. And talking about that, Envy are also playing with 3-man roster. Now, for now, they are into the area of Novo Ripnoi, but Circle is in their home, Circle is in their lab. So they would think of rotating once the zones make a shift.
Definitely would just think of rotating from the areas like what Team Indy, right? They will be moving. I mean, they have vehicles.
Exactly.
They have vehicles on those areas. You can just look around and you'll find a lot more. Because like that's a really safety cushion area just to find vehicles and obviously good loot. The only bad thing that can happen here is if you find some other team. I don't think so they're going to be finding out any team as of now. And you can see, obviously they have classes and all for themselves. But talk about this, obviously he'll have to just move really close to his own teammates. Ahmed is just out there. Everyone's like they are not together, but not far enough. So in the early
Yeah.
stages, no pressure on them.
Yeah, and that's the reason they're actually looting in a very good mood, in a very jolly mood. But Sexy Pistol, the player of Envy, Ocean, we also saw him doing some of the blinders, pulling up some of the blinders, and actually performed very well. So obviously, team morale boost up would be there. And obviously, if this player performs, we can see Envy going more there on the top of the table.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can talk about it, right? One player just looking forward to a really, really, really good gameplay. But if there are more players that just can bring that to the table, it's even better. Because obviously it's a team gameplay. You gotta have the synergistic gameplay for yourself. Right now you can talk about Ultron as well from Team Seksi just moving up forward. They have to spot down the players, or maybe it's just some vehicles if they can find it. And by the looks of it, Boss is going to go for the for the buggy. Sorry, that he just spotted out there. Yes, he is going to go for the buggy, and then he's going to sit on it, get one player as well, and probably move around the zone.
So this was the area when we saw that 1v2 clutch coming from the side of Boss. You remember Ocean that day?
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that fight that just happened all together, and that was an unexpected fight, though. I would love
And
to see
Atex was
something
the
out
team
of,
that actually challenged them, and they
yeah, that was an unexpected fight, and I would love to see something like that happening again. Because in those kind of unexpected things, you don't know what's really happening up, but it just happens.
Yes, it happens because some fights are inevitable at the end of the day. The opposite team, if the team in front of you, in the front line of you, is actually trying to take a fight, you just cannot find yourself backing up from there. If you do so, you will be stabbed on the back if you show your back. But if you show some courage, if you show some agility, you can obviously win that fight. So intent is the thing that actually matters, obviously, in this game.
It does, it does. But talk about G69 players, right? But looks of it, it looks like they also have a really good question, area for themselves, a safety question for themselves. Because did they find out area kind of in the center lines of the circle? But talking about an airdrop, well, this is a very weird thing about this game. You get AUG and you get a suppressor that's for snipers. Sometimes you get an extended mag that's for snipers, and you get an AR. Like the combination kind of just differs sometimes.
You also get tactical stock with AWM.
Yeah, I mean that's what I was saying, right? It just never makes sense. But for a player,
Exactly.
it might, because he can get an AR plus, he
Yep.
can get something different. So it makes that change altogether.
So that drop actually offers for the whole of the team, because if one teams get that OM, one player gets that OM, maybe the other player can get that level 3 helmet or vest, or the fourth player, maybe if he's having them for 1.6 or the other gun which actually supports the tactical stock, he can actually get his loadout fulfilled there.
Definitely, he can just get that stuff for himself, and obviously for the team as well. It just helps the team all together. We'll talk about the second circle as it's coming up close. I mean, this is kind of a different thing, a different approach to the matches compared to the previous times when we have seen. Right, you remember that when last time we talked about it, we saw a lot of fights happening in the first circle or the second circle. But now every team knows their gameplay as compared to
Yep.
the lobby's gameplay, so they are not indulging in that much of a fighting stance. It works.
Yup, it actually works for now. It has actually worked for them, but Futuristic X, they are holding a very good position for now. It seems that they are holding a very good zone position, but not only that, they are also having a very good position if we talk about the overall ranking. So it becomes actually important to continue the momentum for them, and the best part for them is that they are four men actually strong.
Yeah, they definitely are four-man strong. Most of the teams today, as we just didn't talk about it, are four-man strong. But talk about enemies rotation. They could have rotated from military base, but well, they knew that 8x is going to be dropping down to that area, so they tried to go for a farm rotation. But that's where they're going to be seeing more teams, and we can
Exactly.
just look forward to it. So I don't know how good of a decision that is. We'll find out for sure. We'll find out really, really soon as of now.
So yep, and look at that split. Look at that rotation from Atex. Two players trying to rotate and trying to go from that bridge, but it seems that yes, two players have been sent in. That yes, you go for that area, and once you reach that shore area, you give me the cover fire, and rest of the two players would come into action and would join you as soon as possible. But look at that cluster that is actually developing on the eastern half of the circle. 3-4 teams: QRF, TRE, Envy, Seksi, TES. All these teams are setting up themselves in a fight of contestation, fight of win, that who
Oh.
is gonna secure that chicken dinner. But look at that, 9 TM, very close to one team.
Well, this is where the fights are going to be breaking up. Just like you talked about 9 TM, right? They are just there. But this is where the circle that I was talking about, right? Gatka, Pochinki, Query, the center lines of the area, that's going to be heavily armed by the players for sure. QRF meanwhile still on the area, so Pochinki obviously they just going to stay there. They don't want to move forward to any place as they would want it. Oh, that's a drop down. That's a drop down. All right, and that's how you don't try. Well, now moving on forward again, the players are trying to get for themselves a good safety cushion for the circle. But talk about Pistol and Ahmed, they are in the open. Abshaw's onto the other direction. Maybe they just want to find out a good safety area for themselves. But by the looks of it, they have left two players behind. And FTC, well, if they spot these players out, they will try and take them out for sure.
So FTC, they need a very good game, because for now they are not in top 7 half of the chart. And Envy, they are holding the hashtag 4 position, and they are still 3 men strong. That it means that they also can take the fight for now, and they can also secure and eye for the top 3 spot. But this barn house, can this become a graveyard for them? Because Envy, the way they are trying to envelop and encircle the player of FTC, it is not looking good for them.
As of now, yes, it's not looking good for them. We'll have to see if that just is the moment of now. But talking about it, the second airdrop has an adrenaline syringe and a growth saw as the extra stuff as compared to the other. a helmet, vest, and backpack for sure that we'll be seeing up. But we'll still have to just look forward to and look into one thing, and that is to once they spot the players, you can see out here, right? Brekar has spotted down a few players, but are they going to be taking up those shots? They are definitely trying though. But Abshaw meanwhile takes on Emerge, and they were not ready for this at all.
Yes, they were not ready, but very good knock coming up from the side of Envy. They are just 3 men strong, and they have managed anyhow to obviously suppress the player of FTC. For now, one player has been knocked. Can we see a slam in? Can we see a slam in? I am just waiting for that. Reaper is just trying to give the cover with the help of that K9, obviously 8x, just trying to scout the players, but finally the player has been revived, and this is the moment they have sent that FTC. They need to make a rotation because they just cannot let themselves go down, because that is a barn house that they actually don't want to get a cover out. But NS onto the back line. 2 players have been knocked down, and it seems that sooner or later they will be little. But yes, Zeus has been taken down.
No Sympathy is getting no sympathy at all. STR are taking down the players. Now it's a 4v2, and those 2 players had nothing else but to run away. But with this one, right, you get their loot, you get their vehicles as well. That's a win that anyone would be wanting up right now. But TS is moving up forward right now. You can see lovely just trying to move on to a good area for themselves. 3rd circle already, and with no fights happening, I'm in for surprises right now. I'm just going in without any expectations, and now I'm gonna see a lot more surprises moving up forward with the fights, because still there are 12 teams remaining, and every team, like most of the teams, have their players surviving altogether.
So here's the deal. So some teams might be looking for a good positioning points, but that positioning point actually will go into the favor if more and more teams gets eliminated. But for now, it seems that no team has still been eliminated. So it becomes actually crucial and important, because the way circle is taking a shift, we can see some fights, we can see some clusters developing in this also area of very pure as soon. But Deadline, he has also been spotted, and he has been brought down to 20 HP with those some head popping shots of Mosin from 8x end.
Definitely. And again, just trying to spot down the players. Mosin, a really good gun. Again, I want this gun to be in the meta as Kar 98 is, as MP4 is, as AWM is, because obviously, I mean, the damage is similar to Kar 98. It all just comes down to the barrel length, and that again just matters with the speed of the bullet that you just want to talk about, because a longer barrel obviously is just going to be getting you a higher velocity, and that means the bullet drop is not going to be that much as compared to the other guys. Like, those things kind of matter altogether, and that's why players would want to prefer this one in order to use it for a longer range. But then again, the reload time gets compensated. All those things just come down to its own self.
Exactly.
Well, we'll be talking about those things for sure in a while, but almost touching up the 16-minute marker into the game, and now is the time, because circles going out in the open, the players will have to spot down their enemies, maybe frenemies, but we'll have to take them down for sure.
And yes, the circle has taken a 4th shift, and just because of that, some teams are trying to make a rotation, and just because of that, Seksi Maverick is into the fight, and it seemed that for a moment his heart was into his hand, because his buggy just toppled for a moment, and that rotation must have been witnessed by the player of G69. For now, G69 are still out of the game because they haven't engaged themselves in the fight, but 9TM Neptune takes down the player Hamoud of TRE. A moment back, we saw them eliminating some players of No Sympathy, but for now, they have become the hunted players, because 9TM have spotted them pretty well.
They have become the hunted players, because they have been just spotted down onto those areas. Neptune, can he just take the players down? But looks like he can just take those players down. And look at that! Look at that! No, it was alright. 90. I mean, the kill did go to 9TM only, but we thought that it was going to be one thing, but Jonathan gets the revive. It's going to be a really good score, but no, he goes down. So there's one player lost down. They did win the fight, but at the cost of losing down the players as well. Now that was trying to do a lot of damage though. Zad meanwhile takes down Emerge, and who will be finished on by 968 MS. So many fights just happening onto these areas, and now the circle will be moving up a bit to the southern side as well, slowly and steadily.
And yes, with that, FTC Brekar is the last man surviving. Can he give the revival to Reaper? It seems impossible, because Europe players, they won't allow this to happen. Obviously, two players are still surviving from FTC, that is of Afan and Brekar. Can they give the revival? But QRL Killer, the way he's just trying to make a sneak peek action, it can be a hustle bustle for them, because they won't let FTC revive the player of Reaper. And yes, he is just trying to align his crosshair. He is just trying to obviously spot the players, but till now he hasn't been able to. But with that, Toxic comes into the action from G69 as he takes one more player down from the other team.
Still, they're not trying to take your opponents down. As what is bend the single lines of these fights. Seksi goes down on the situation. Muju is just out there. Muju, can you take the players down? I mean, that's where Venom is. But Seksi will be taken down. He will be done for. 9TM is done for, as the players were doing everything in their own power. But look at this. Muju still thinks that there are players out there. He's still trying to dish out the damage. He does not know that there's no one, and he can take the cover of that vehicle now. He has to move forward. That vehicle might just be inside the circle.
Yes, but 8x, they also have to make an omen. But can they survive this onslaught coming in from the side of Envoy? Can they survive the onslaught coming in from the sides of QRF? This time will also answer this question. But for now, it seems the FTC players are going in. And yes, one player has been finished from them. But the best part for QRF is that they are holding the edge of the circle and they are 4 men strong with 1 kill registered into them. If they make a successful rotation and if they would be able to obviously eliminate the player of FTC, this can be a game for them. But before that, they have to spot down, they have to eliminate the players of FTC anyhow.
This definitely can be a game for them for sure, but we'll have to look forward to it. You can see Harry's just out there. I mean, Ash was trying to spot someone, but Harry will be taken down by the players. So, I mean, Zone always does the damage if the bullets can't do the job and is moving up forward. Ash, you need to reload, man. You need to reload. If he does not, those 7 bullets, I mean, they are not going to be serving him the actual purpose. He needs to go to 47 bullets as of now. DP needs to be reloaded, but by the looks of it, he is still not looking for a reload. I don't know why.
Seems that maybe he is just exhausted the 7mm bullets and all. Maybe why not, he is not still able to reload. But Harry, he has been taken down by the play zone. It seems that 8x Mir, he is anyhow surviving with that 20 HP, and it seems that he has also exhausted his first aid because he's just not trying to pop up the first aid and obviously heal himself up. But look at this circle out in the open, 4-5 teams trying to make a move, trying to make a name for them in this first map of Erangel. But the way 9TM was eliminated, this was not the way they were actually looking for, Ocean.
They definitely were not looking forward onto this one, but we are down to 11 teams altogether. 31 players still surviving 5th zone.
Exactly.
20-minute marker dot onto the clock right now, and the clock's ticking up. And so are the players as they will be taken down. Killer takes down Toxic, and the finish will be coming out there, getting the kill point for themselves. They have 2 kills in the bank for them, but can they get more? That's the only question. Deadline, meanwhile, takes down 1 player, and look at this Envoys. They are in a lot of trouble. 968 as well, as he needs to heal up, and he will be using up his last first aid. After this, expanded this, that are his friends.
But look at that position of QRF. They are holding the northeastern part and they were just trying to pincer down the players of G69. If they would able to survive this onslaught for this one zone, this can be a game for them. But Hellfire was not able to counter this aggression coming in from the Seksi pistol, and he has been eliminated, and just because of that, it's a DC might take an exit. But Circle, they are still favoring some of the team. Envy is still in the zone, but one team is trying to aggress from the southwestern side. Let's see if they would be able to make it. But Alian trying to make a spray, trying to transfer the spray from TES, but unsuccessfully he just did that. But yes, this is one thing I was talking about. Look at this positioning of QRF. They just have to travel into zone for some meter and they will be all safe. If they find themselves in no fight for next 5 minutes, this can be a game for them, Ocean.
Definitely can be a game for them for sure, and we'll just have to look forward to it how that just happens, because right now moving inside the circle, even if it's like 1 meter or 10 meters, it's going to be the same damage. But talk about G69, they're trying to move forward. Brekar meanwhile takes on QRF Killer onto the other direction, but not Diablo. Is he is he ready to go inside the circle? That's the only question. King as well just dropping down. He has spotted on the players. He's spotted on, but they can see him as well, as King will be taken down. Now you cannot revive him. All you have to do is just get those placement points, or maybe a few fights like that. Now he's outside the damage that Zoom is doing on him. Let's see if he can just, save himself from that misery of the circle and move inside. He has moved inside the circle, but now he will be spotted down. Does Maverick have a throwable? If he does, he can do the damage, but now looks like it. He wants to move forward. The throwables are coming up, but will they be able to do the damage? The circle was doing the damage previously, but now moving up forward. Both are on low HP. But Maverick, where is he looking? He needs to look on the left hand side, but there it is. An elimination will be coming up of sorts. Will it happen? Will it happen? Did they do it? By the looks of it, no, they did not, because there's still someone who's wreaking havoc, but Diablo will be.
Exactly, and that final kill, that final nail in the coffin come with the help of Seksi's player with that DP into the action. But one team is still into the action from the northeastern side, and that is of QRF. One player was just taking on a movement, but no! FTC Afan, you just need to clear it back, you just need to see, but no! Envoys, Admar has also been spotted down, and a long spray coming in from the other players and the other teams, and he has also been taken on. So just in a moment of 30 seconds, we have seen 2-3 teams being eliminated in this map of Erangel, and with that, Killer spots one player down, takes one player down, tries to confirm the kill, and yes, that kill has gone onto his name. 5 kill. Out of that 5 kill, 2 kill has gone into the name of QRF's killer. But Ocean, look at this 6 circle, a small radius, a small circle, a small circumference, and 8 teams are still surviving. Yes, Reaper for now, he has the zone, he has a cover, but he is the only sole man surviving. He just need to clear his front because QRF's player are standing there. 7 kills onto their name, and one by one they are trying to take the player down. Reaper, it seems that he has the info, he knows the exact location of where killer is. He is just trying to show the trigger to spin because for how long, but no, finally he gets up and finally secures 1 kill, and that means he has also revealed his location. Exactly. Yes, Mead is having a very good angle for now, and if that angle gets capitalized, he can take him down because he is very close to the player of TES, the sole player surviving from 8x, and that is Mead, and he can do some wonder. He can get some placement point, and for that he needs to eliminate the team that is standing right next to him, that is standing right adjoining to him. He need to sense that there is some uninvited members and neighbors, and he just need to take down. But for now, FTC Reaper, he is still surviving, but let's see how will he be able to take all those placement points. But no, a right peek from NS Hit Kid, and he takes 2 player down as he secures 2 kill for his name, and he's just trying to make an entry to zone in that open. He just need to pop in some smoke because Zab is having his crosshair aligned onto him. You just cannot, lad, you just cannot run in this open the way they are trying to do. Oh, yep. Exactly. Assassin 968 Zai trying to take a charge, but onto the side, Maverick trying to obviously prone in down some action. None of the players are trying to overexpose themselves, and obviously trying to take some shots. The file is in its stalemate situation because it's the 8th zone. After this, there will be the deadly zone that will be coming into the front form. Now, Assassin has cleared all the area. That means this info is once given to the other teammates, they will all be cleared that yes, this is the ridge, this is the tree, that behind that the players will be surviving, and this can be a good info from Assassin side. Oh, yes, we were talking about this teams. Our eyes, both of our eyes were onto this team, and again a chicken dinner. Moments back, we just saw the way they were just trying to aggress from the northeastern side, a good compound hold, and the time when they were actually playing passively and they were just trying to not indulge into the fight. That was the time. That was the moment they were able to keep those all 3-4 players intact, and they were just away securing that final kill from Maverick, and obviously one more player from Seksi, and they just got this chicken dinner. A brilliant outing, and the way this is the time, this is the moment that actually all the players, all the team wait for, and a good start for them altogether. Exactly. Exactly. Exactly, we have to wait for that because it seems that if that 10 kill has been secured from that, that means obviously Chickener gives you the 15 placement points. So 15 added to 10, that makes a total of 25 points. We have to see for that how this is actually gonna help them, because for now it's, they are not in the top 7, top 8 half of the chart, and if this gives them a boost up, this will propel them and make a very good chance for them to compete for the top 7, because after all, this all fight, this all battle is just happening for the top 7 spot. Exactly. Yep. Yes, 25, 17, 12. These are the points that are distributed to QRF Force 2, Seksi, and Futuristic, and No Sympathy. So a decent game, not only just for these teams, but No Sympathy also securing 8 points. 8x with 8 points, just the 8 placement point. That means 0 kills for them. Thugs, they just had a very good outing with that 6 kill point. So they just played aggressively in this match. Yep. Yes. Yes, obviously, very well said by you. But this was the moment they were actually players were trying to take down Envoy. The last player surviving from them, he was just trying to take the shots onto some other player, and just because of that, he just exposed his position, revealed his position, and that was the reason. That was the time he was taken down. But QRF just holding this angle, and we can look at that minimap on the northeastern side. They were just trying to make a split, and this was a run over in the final circle that we saw. And finally, it was down to the player of Ultron that was left, and with that, overall ranking on to our TV screen Ocean. Yep. Yes, this was the opening. This was the game that they are actually looking for, and this start, no other team would have actually dreamt of this dream patch that they QR Force to have actually tried to secure, and with that they have made an entry into the top 7. Let's see how they would capitalize, because DX 8x is not far away from them, and they one good game for them that actually can topple the position between them and the QR Force too. Exactly. So here it is. 8x, when they just took the fight in the game of Erangel in the first match, if you remember, when they just eliminated the players at that tri-junction with that with military the Novorupnoi bridge. In this match, they were not able to actually get all those initial kill, and just because of that, they were just not able to secure good positioning and good total kill. So it means that if 8x go aggressive in the first half of the game, it actually benefits them if for a longer run.
Oh, you're keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to Karakin. Today, let me guide you on an in-depth understanding of this 4-square-kilometer humble island. Before stepping into Karakin, you may have already heard about the intimidating demolition zone. In Demolition Zone, buildings will be destroyed into smithereens. But rest assured that today's tour will be a safe one. Karakin might be a small island, but the textile industry of the island works as a crucial financial support for the entire island. Our first attraction is Al Haik. Al Haik is a medium-scale town, and people who lived here refine pigments for a living. Then those pigments will be sent to Quettaknigh for dyeing. Skyscrapers are scarce in Al Haik. Compared to other urban areas, there are fewer visitors here, which makes looting easier. It's a perfect choice for a team of 4 in search of adequate equipment supplies. We'll be walking by the sea, and our next attraction will be Quettaknigh, which serves as the port of importing raw materials of Karakin. Imported textiles are dyed in vats filled with multiple colors and distributed to the factories. If you want to choose this place as your landing spot, then it's recommended that 1 to 2 players in your team land in the containers area, as they can easily find combat supplies here, and head to the city to support their teammates. In the middle of our journey to Al Habar, we'll be passing by an enclosed warehouse. You will need to use sticky bomb to blast the walls that look less solid to get in. There's always something nice in here. But be careful, as one might not want to hide behind those walls during combat, because those unmaintained walls can be easily penetrated with just a touch, making you susceptible to attacks from enemies and exposing you to dangers. The next stop is Al Habar, which is the largest urban area in Karakin. There are many residents, hence the numerous high-rising residences. No doubt this place will be a popular spot in the future. Our next attraction is the port city of Bar Shahir, which stores and exports goods of Karakin. This is the perfect spot to search for weapons, making it my personal favorite. Next up is the city of the West, Bashara. It was a city congested with residents, with tall buildings providing convenience in observing the surrounding movements. Just make sure not to lose your directions here. Our final destination is the cargo ship, located at the southwest corner of the map. This ship has been idle here for forever, and has already been abandoned. Yet there are still goods that remained here. However, due to the gigantic size of the cargo ship and the containers, this place no doubt becomes a place to rumble. Don't you feel the excitement already just thinking of it? Besides these urban areas, Karakin also houses many such little buildings. rumor has it that there's another passage beneath these buildings, as well as a huge space beneath Karkin. Well, it's up to you, believe them or not. Alright, your Karkin tour is now closing its curtains. Looking forward to seeing you next time.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Pubg on Campus Championship Pakistan 2021 by Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag Book Up Your Fun. My name is Ocean. Alongside me is Ankit, and we are done with one match. Obviously, there are two more to go for these two groups, and obviously then there's going to be the next group that's going to be just coming
Exactly.
up into the equation. So we'll have to see how that all together just comes around. But right now, talking about the groups and everything that's situated with this one, I would love to see that seventh and eighth position contested once again, because there are not a lot of points. So if 8x just gets a good game like
Yeah.
UFOs had in the previous one, they can go to the seventh position.
So yeah, 8x has that potential, potential of the way they are trying to aggress into this match, because 8x, we saw them in the last week that they were actually aggressing. They had that good match, obviously, in that map of Sanhok and Miramar, and the next is Sanhok. So if they would capitalize, because as you say, the point difference is not very much, just 7 points, and a chicken dinner can do wonders. It has done for now, because QR Force 2 before this match, they were not on the top half of the chart. Not just only that, they were down with a massive leap, but with that they have just made an entry. So we have seen what a chicken dinner can do wonders for them. If this goes for 8x, I won't be surprised. Yeah, but let's see if players would actually take a leap towards the boot camp or paradise resort, because we haven't seen some fights emerging straight on the way of boot camp, because team actually play passively and they just shy away from taking fights in the first half of the map, especially while we talk about the contestation. But if that happens, it will be a delight for me as well as for you. Exactly. So if we see from the perspective of FTC and DC, both need a very good game, because anyhow, DC and FTC are not in the top half of the chart. That means they need a very good game for themselves and as for their teams. But it seems that yes, reinforcement has come as soon as they just realized that a attempted fight can actually take off, and just because of that, we can see some fights going around in this very early stage of the game. And let's see if which team actually takes the opening knock and an opening, and then we can see a slam in or a push from the sides, or maybe a flank angle that can be created from the both of the side. But for now, it seems that 3v3 fight, a classical 3v3 fight, can actually count down in some moments or two. Exactly. But Redline still hasn't spotted the way players are trying to make a rotation. And FTC, they are four-men strong. Emerge, OP, Afan, Reaper, Bucker. And not just only that, they are also holding the good position that the players and the teams are actually fighting for. But for now, you see that Bucker with his Vector can do wonders. And also Emerge, OP with his QBZ. All these players can do these wonders. Yes, a very good angle created by Emerge OP, and this is what the champion team does. And not just only that, he is being given a cover from the backhand side. That means if he is taken down, the other players are there to give the cover fire. And the moment the heads are being popped out, they can also take the players down. And with that, a nade comes in and obviously spots down and takes down Deadline. That means Bucker, with his spot on nading skills, has again made an opening for his team. Ooh. Yes, Reaper will be revived soon. That means this will be a win-win situation for them. And not just only that, they secure the third kill. And Futuristic X holding the hashtag 2 position. They would be eyeing onto the hashtag 1 position after this fight. And TES, they are not far away from the boot camp area, as they are just trying to get a very good stronghold of this high ground, high ridge advantage that we actually see on the eastern western side of the boot camp. But let's see if this actually happens. But two out of the three kills, two kills actually gone into the name of Bucker, so he is looking very strong for now. Yep. Yes, we have to see how these fights actually move forward, because for now it seems that G9 are trying to make a rotation and they are pretty much very close to the players of 9TM, TES and NS, so they can actually get backstabbed or maybe a sandwich situation if they open shots on any player, because they have no knowledge, it seems, from the prima facie that some other players, some other teams are actually in the same proximity and same vicinity. And with that, King trying to spot that angle, NS, they have also been revealed the location. It seems that yes, Diablo has got the info for now for his team.
Definitely, they have the information. They have the information that's needed for sure. But can they or will they be able to take up the fight for themselves? That's just the only question. Diablo just trying to stay out there. Toxic is here as well, and Diablo with this information in their hands, they can take up the fight. But talk about this one, right? AUG with an 8 times again. That AR sniper thing is just going on with the airdrop for its
Yep.
own self. And there's just there are a few players that are close to the airdrop, but not exactly in the proximity, as you can't see them onto the minimap, but you can see the names that in the app shop. That's pretty far away though, but he's close enough to see that smoke of the airdrop. So if he wants to come out here and take up this drop, it's all his for the grabs.
Exactly, it's all up for the graph for all those teams that can be spotted in the vicinity, and Envy can have a hand over that org. And an 8x, this is not scope that is actually very much in use if we talk about the Sanhok. But any moment, any day, we can see some new metas coming up, because these are the young lads, these are the young players that actually try to be an emerging player. And in that situation, we can see some 8x being primarily and regularly used. I would be surprised even though Ocean.
8x, I mean, it's still used though. If you have a DMR
If
or
we talk
video
about
for
this
that.
map of Sanhok.
It sometimes gets down to its own usage. If it's like an open area, maybe if you are going for the boot camp's main contestation, and if you have a bolt action, you see a player onto the back sides of the hill or something, like it depends. Like, but in the map of Shannon, mostly players like to go for the close range fights because that matters.
Exactly.
Plus, you won't be moving up with a car 98 in your hands with the snakes pretty close to them. Talking about the snakes, right? You can see where Toxic is moving up
Oh,
forward, and there were players out there.
yep. Yup, TES players are actually on. Hannah can actually spot some of the players on Diablo, Toxic, King. They are all out in the open. They have no idea that the player of TES and there comes the Molly onto Hannah from the Toxic, but no damage has still been inflicted onto them. But I would say this is a missed chance if the fight goes against TES, because at one moment G69 all players were in the open. We could have seen some knock. Coming out their way, but for now King has been thrown down on just 20 HP. If this nade connects, they can be in real trouble.
Definitely will be real trouble with everything just moving up all together right now. Toxic is still surviving for his own self. We'll love to see how that fight just goes up onto looking forward to this thing. Well, King is out there, Toxic as well, and if you talk about Lovely and Brekar, they are just on their own areas, and by spotting down the players, they might as well take up a few fights. But right now you can see the smokes being used and utilized to bait out the players. Love is out of the backside as well. Wrecker's out here as well. Can they or can they not take fight? Toxic has spotted down one player. Will he be able to take him? Because Wrecker's just out there. Oh, Wrecker's onto his own safe side now. Otherwise, if Toxic knew that he can make the most utilization, it was that time. He could see the pixels.
Yep.
Now he can see them again.
Yeah, but it seems that he's behind the rock, and just because of that, he's just not trying to take shots as to avoid and not let his location be revealed. But Wrecker, he's just trying to spot the back angle. That means he knows that this is an important fight, but in that, if they get backstabbed, this would be a worse situation. And just to ensure that Wrecker is having a back whole ground and a back vision, and we can see the way he is just trying to obviously crouch off, crouch in. But is NS trying to make a backstab? We were just talking about the backstab, and this actually happens in this map of Sanhok multiple times, million times, gazillion times. This has happened that if a fight actually stalls for a very long time, most of the teams get attracted to that area, and the same is happening for the players of G6, and just because of that, Toxic has been eliminated.
They have been taken down, right? No one was ready for all these fights to just move up forward for their own contestations, but it is happening and you can't do anything about it. That's how the fights just look forward to its own way. Well, moving about it, talking about it, moving up forward, you can see the fight still just looking up forward as Abdul was taken down by them onto the back and sides, and now he has to take down all those players. I mean, this miniature tower is kind of helping them, giving them a second chance to stand up and take all fights. The confirmation has not been done. Still, the team is on 0 kills for themselves. But Brekar, if he gets a chance, he will like to just put the final nail in the coffin. King, meanwhile, is on the backside. He still have to look forward. Does he go for the revive or does he go for saving himself as he's the last one surviving? Meanwhile, Brekar has put down Brekar on the back and sides. Both the players are shooting down each other from the long range. But there it is. Brekar will be taken down. But now the revive will be coming up. And King, meanwhile, still waiting. Should he go for the revive or should he not?
It will be a risky move, but it will be a bold move. But he has to make a revival if he just need to make that player stand on his feet again. But it seems that sooner or later he might be finished off, because NS, they are also having an area onto this area. But yes, Lovely from TES finally drawing the final nail into the coffin, and just because of that, King is the last man surviving from G69. So a team that was actually onto my eye from the initial stage of these two matches is actually faltering down. And yeah, just because of that, some of the other teams, yup. And yes, 8x taken down, but still the ridge is being held by TES. That means Brekar is just trying to clear the back ends, and one more team is onto the boot camp. That means that TES, they have to leave this area because they have not only just attracted the attraction of pretty more players, but they have also revealed the location, and just because of that, their 3 men are still surviving. And yes, it seems that Wrecker, his helmet has been completely torn down. As Ocean, we can see the square has almost been red for him.
It has been. It has been. Now one more wrong peak can actually take him on. That's why you can have a look at it, right? He's speaking with so much of a caution, but next peak can actually take his helmet down as he spots one, but he has been spotted on as well. He's still trying to take shots in the rightest area for himself. Reaper has had a lot of damage on himself as well. So many fighters, gathering up right now. But this is the 13-minute marker, the unlucky number just coming out onto the clock. We'll have to see if someone goes on. Again, he's been spotted on. Look at this. Look at this. He has been spotted on, but at what cost? Look at this. He loses on his helmet altogether.
Yes. The helmet has been blown up, but I can understand why TES is actually desperately trying to indulge themselves in this fight because they are not in the top half of the chart. The moment they would take any player down, the moment they would take any team down, this can be not just a very good boost up in their confidence, but that would actually help them propel their numbers and help them secure the top 7 spot.
They want those top 7 number for them, right? It's needed. It's important. You can't just run away from that number for your own self. So we'll have to see if the top 7 spot just comes down to them or not. But look at this again. So many fights emerging onto the southern side of boot camp. It's kind of important. Plus, it's tricky. Onto the southern side of boot camp, there's that hill, right? You have to contest the hill for yourself, but there are so many teams that can move around you. Yeah, this area on. There are so many teams that can move around you that you have to look forward to how can you take part. Again, there's TS, but here's no sympathy that can go for a really good backstab.
Exactly, but I'm actually impressed with the way TES has actually executed this fight, and not only just that, NS, they are not looking very much aggressive. They just try to pick up some of those fights, and this is a very good move for them because they need to have a very good outing for now in their favor, and this could help them obviously secure a very good position into that. And the way this match has actually panned down, we are into the 15 minutes, and still 11 teams are also there. Obviously, many of the players know each other's location, and because of that, King is still also there.
Yeah, they definitely are just onto those areas for themselves. But now still 19 Johnny is just 19. You remember the previous fight that they had, and that was a really good fight for themselves, right? So now we'll have to see if the fights can move on forward once again, if they can get those fights once again for themselves. If not, then we'll have to see how do the things go on their own thinking with the capability. Well, Seksi is out there trying to spot up a few players, but look at that. Lovely will be taken down by Reaper. FTC still trying to do everything on from the backsides of bootcamp and trying to go for every fight. They first of all they took down Brekar. The lovely revived Brekar. Now they took down Lovely. It's Wrecker's time to just up the ante and give the favor back.
And yes, Wrecker is doing a very good job, not only just by securing and ensuring that there would be no backstabbing, but he is also helping the players stand on their feet again and again. But with that, FTC still holding that angle. The first blood that was drawn into the area of boot camp, and obviously the fight that was actually executed in a very good manner actually went into the way of FTC, and just because of that, they are still looking pretty decent in this match. 3 kills onto their names. They have knocked down some of the players again of TES, but just because it is a very long range fight, they just cannot make a slam in or make a push.
Definitely cannot make a slam in or a push right now. Well, we'll have to see if it happens in a way or something, because obviously for the slamming you will be definitely needing a vehicle or something, but they won't be using up any vehicle. And now FTC, all they need to do, they are looking forward in a really good role for themselves with the area that they have for boot camp, and they're trying to look for the backsides if there's someone out the backside. But now you can have a look. They did survive the area inside for the fights. Now they have to move forward, but 8x Harry has been taken on and finished. This is going to be a bad news for 8x because again, 7th, 8th position is where they are just struggling up right now.
Yes, and Harry has been a very good kingpin for this team, and obviously one more elimination of Harry into the very early stage of the game because 8x hasn't taken the fight. still into their hand, and yes, 1v1 fight. He takes down one more player as Mir is doing wonder for them, and it seems that he's a sole player surviving. Can he take down another player on just 20 HP? But no! He falters down, and with that, it seems that Ocean 8X has been eliminated from this match again. And look at that Envoy. All three players onto their foot, onto their red marker. They just needed this fight to go into their way, but they just faltered down again.
We needed the revives. The revives are coming up now. Obviously, it did take up a bit of time though, but that did happen right now. We are looking forward onto the TES side as well. We're looking forward and seeing how TES displays this one, because again, they were at the bootcamp area. Now they have moved up onto the northern side. That's where you can see Psycho Foxy Amu just onto the back lines as well. Still trying to spot down a few players if they can, and still trying to take him down if that happens for themselves. Fendam, Johnny, Seksi and Neptune, they are onto the back lines as well. Foxy just trying to find out a good area for himself as well. Hamud, all right, he's moving on to the southern side slowly and still just going into the water. A good day for a swim, probably.
Yep, maybe it's a very hot and humid day, and this would actually help them maintain that temperature that actually rise. And obviously, in this fight, if you are in, the temperature is bound to get a high, and this swimming might help them settle a bit more. But yes, let's see how they make a rotation for now.
We'll have to see, how they just rotate on themselves all together. Fox is moving forward. Hamud is there as well. Emerge has been taken down, so now the fight's happening on them, and no Sympathy is looking really good as Alan has taken down one player as well.
Exactly, and that has happened. But Seksi, they are onto the crossover of TES as after that fight from the bootcamp area, they are just trying to clear the back up, and Boss has been taken down by a good spray from Hannah, and that 3x M416, that was very good. The bigger question is, can Boss get the revival? But it seems that Hannah is trying to ensure that Maverick doesn't make a push, doesn't make a move as to make a revival, and just because of that, Maverick was also spotted in the open, brought down to 40 HP. He just need to pop out the first aid. But yes, Boss's kill goes into the name of Hannah, and out of all those 3 kills, Ocean, all those 3 kills are into the name of Hannah.
Well, I mean, as much of a kill number as you can take up for yourself, that's obviously a good thing just to, look forward to. Seksi, you can look at this thing in this way as well. Ultron, Maverick, I mean, those players are surviving. Boss has been taken down, though. Now we'll have to see how longer of a fight can they take up. Psycho will, all right. Meanwhile, Ultron goes down onto his own self, and now Maverick has to move back to revive the player, but going solo with the players onto the backside. Is that a good decision or a bad one? Well, you can look at every direction. You will be taken down as there were players onto the backside. But now, for TRE, it might be a bad thing as TES is out here. And Hannan, Hannan has 4 kills. How much more can he just, gather from this one?
Yes, 4 kills. All the 4 kills are into his name. That means that he is the standard performer for his team. But lovely, he is bruised up because we can see the helmet and vest turned completely red marker onto that his number.
I mean, it's just not good with everything just not happening up and moving up forward. But right now, all right, well, Envoys players just, taking down the fights for themselves. Now they are moving up forward onto the northern side, and that's where the fights might as well just happen. I mean, you can look at this. Still outside the circle, dishing out a lot of damage. That's amazing by the players of Envoy, but how long can they take up the fights? I mean, the king of the hill situation is where they were again. Envoy will be taken down, and now the players have to move inside the circle, though. They did lose on the players, but both directions, it was a catastrophe.
Yes, but emerging victorious FTC, they are looking pretty good. They must have secured some of the kills, but it then brought down how they are going to make an entry into zone. And kudos to the guy from G69 King. He is still surviving, so maybe not that much of kill, but he can secure some of the good placement point. But for how long? Because the moment the player would go to that area, he can be taken down as soon.
Definitely can be just taken down as soon right now. We'll have to see how that happens, because you can see just moving up forward. King is out there, but can King just hold on for his own kingdom? He's out of the backside, so he just going for the random shots on for now, and maybe just trying to spot someone. He still believes that there's someone on the backside. He knows that he saw someone going on to this house right now. But look at Foxy, Foxy can just make or break the game right now. Both of us are out there. Both of us are taken down by the looks of it. Foxy, clever as a fox, takes down the players.
That trigger discipline when he waited, that he just let all those 2 players come into his crosshair, and a single spray did that thing. That was brilliant, Ocean, from that Foxy.
That was brilliant. That was more to be seen right now. The way this happened, no one would have been ready for it, but it did happen. And all right,
He just waited for both these players to come into that single concurrent line, and just the moment the both players were trying to make an entry, the both players were spotted down onto the door, and a single spray just took down. And this would be a helpful situation for King, as one team has been eliminated, but a Molly comes in and this flushes him off, and one more team gets eliminated from this match. But no, some other team have also spotted the players of TRE. That means they would be onto the crosshair as soon as they leave this compound.
down to 5 teams right now, where we are 18 players alive, 22 plus minutes on the marker of the game. QRF has been taken down as well. QRF, I mean, they are still just, sitting out in the top 5 for themselves, so they will be having a safety cushion by the end of this game as well. They will be qualifying probably. It also depends on the last game as for how it just goes down. But talk about no sympathy.
Exactly.
They have the players, but they don't have the kills right now. They do have 2 kills though, but they have to move outside in the open, and that open movement is something that can just make or break the game for themselves. Because you can see MB on the right hand side against them, and there's just one team that's in that circle. Meanwhile, 9TM has to move from the backside as well of the zone. So many contestations will be happening. But Absor, look at him, just waiting. That's how a snake moves, but the snake can bite, and the bite is going to be venomous out of all.
Yes, not just the bite force, but the way these venoms are spewed onto the players, it seems that they would be perished as soon as the snake bites them. But for now, it seems that look at the positioning, the beautiful positioning from FTC trying to make an entry from the northern side. They would obviously suppress the player of TRE, but NTC 9TM, they are very much far away. I'll be waiting how these players would try to make an entry into the zone, because from the southeastern side, some more teams are trying to make an entry. Teams like NS, team like obviously one more team trying to make an entry. It will be a troublesome situation as soon as these teams make an entry, as one by one the players of NS No Sympathy are gone down, because they are just not showered with some sympathy from the other players.
Well, the fights that were happening possibly will be taken down as well. And I mean, this team is unstoppable. This team is definitely unstoppable with everything. And he's just trying to just move forward. He will be moving forward with all the players surviving and 8 kills for themselves. TRE as well. I mean, you remember Foxy, the way he just took on the fight a few moments back. Now, Psycho and Foxy, both those players can just do everything for themselves. 9TM on the backside as well. FTC is on the backside as well. But TRE, they are the only team that are inside the circle. Now they are using their throwables just in order to get a clearer vision out there. I mean, there's a smoke though, but they are using smoke for their health and grenades onto the other side if they can just get the maximum utilization of it. Brekar has been spotted down though, and 9TM just moving up forward. They also have all the players surviving, so it's going to be really tricky for all the teams to look forward with Brekar. Once the smoke moves up, once the smoke moves away, he knows it. 2 meters is the distance between him and the circle, and there is where he can spot down his opponents.
Exactly, but he can also be taken down as 9TM trying to make an entry. And the moment the player from FTC, that is Brekar, he is spotted, he will be taken down. And yes, he has been spotted by the players of NV. And yes, this is becoming a chaotic situation as TRE trying to make an entry, 9TM trying to make an entry, and we are down to the 7th circle. And ladies and boys and girls, 3 teams, 7 players are still alive into this deadly circle of Sanhok.
Definitely other players definitely are still alive, just trying to look up to themselves. But talk about these 3 teams, everyone is at the edge of the circle, no one onto the center line. TRE is out there, 9TM and NB with Abshaw and Pistol still surviving. 9TM of Pingab is low, he is down though, but will he be able to survive? And that's the question, because if Neptune goes down to revive him, if Neptune's location will be compromised as well. Abshaw has 7 kills out of the 11 that the team has right now, and by the looks of it, they have 12 altogether. Neptune goes down, Abshaw has 9 kills. Oh, he still survives. Can he get the double digit? Can he get the double digit? His location's compromised. He has to come out in the open. 10 seconds onto the clock with 3 meters for TRE. I mean, they'll have to lose this rock as well. They'll have to go out in the open. So many fights just needs to just move forward onto themselves. What's gonna happen? Envy versus TRE. This is a 2v2 skirmish with both the teams knowing each other's location, but the zone is something that we playing against them. But look at this, takes down 1. Can he take another player down? He can have his 10 kill number as he's moving up forward. Pistols out there. He is going to be having 10 kills, 10 individual kills, or maybe 11. No, he goes down. He goes down at this moment. Pistols the last one surviving. 40 bullets in his own gun. Can he end this game as of now? He's trying. No, he cannot. He cannot do it. Oh my goodness. This game just turned off its tires.
Exactly, till the last moment, no winner was actually seeming like this, that they could have taken this match, but it was finally down to the players, where one player was having 20 HP and he just took the match away from the players of TRE. That was unbelievable, phenomenal match coming up in this map of Sanhok. We just witnessed a blinder of a match where 2v2 classical fight, and the way that player was trying to make an aggressive push. 10 kills, it could have been a number for him, because 10 kills individual in a map of Sanhok, that could have been an unbelievable stuff, an unbelievable outing, and that could have been a thing that that player would have loved and would have reminded and would have kept as a memory for a very, very long time.
What a match! What a match! I mean, if someone has missed this match right now, they have missed on a lot. They have missed on a lot. What a match it just was, altogether. No one would have thought of it, but it just happened altogether, and the way it happened. Oh my god! Like you cannot ask for anything else right now. It was bonkers of a match altogether.
Exactly, it was a match that was actually, we just witnessed a hell of a match. It was a vintage match, and Team Thugs, kudos to the guys, the way they were actually trying to perform. They are not sitting in the top half of the chart, but with this amount of lead, obviously they had a good kill and obviously a good placement point. This can shoot their numbers, and obviously a run that has actually begun to secure their spot in the top 7 chart is not just waiting. In the last match, we saw QRF building some momentum. In this match, we just saw Team Thugs trying to make an entry, and this is the way these young guns try to fight out among themselves.
Exactly, but you know what? With this, let's have a look at the match ranking as well to look forward to where every team is. Team MB still at the top position, though. I mean, Team Thugs, they got the chicken dinner, 7 kills for themselves. Futuristic X with 7 kills as well, 26 from 26 to 4th position to 4th placement points. That's where QR posed to is. Previous game they had a chicken dinner, but this game they could not get any kill though. They only got the placement points.
But back-to-back good performance from Futuristic X. Again, 15 total points in this match. That means they can also close the lead from TES, that are standing on the #1 position with 295 points. But TES also secured 5 points. That means they might be hitting that century mark after this total overall ranking once that come on our TV screens.
For sure, for sure. You know, they would love to get those points for themselves, but by the looks of it, Envoys, TeamTES, like all these teams did try out really good for themselves, and some of them just, got good numbers, as we have just witnessed. G69 is out there with the 0 kills, 2 placement points. Seksi with 1 and 0. 8x as well, DraCula as well. So many teams, they did try to have good fights, but on the 9 to 16 marker, there are no kill numbers that can be witnessed.
Yes, no kill number, just the placement point, but 8x would be disappointed the way they have actually panned out in the last 2 matches. One more match will be on the way in a moment or two, and that will be the last opportunity, and in that, teams like 8x, DraCula, Seksi have to perform at their top best, at their level best, in order to secure positioning into that second phase of this tournament.
Definitely, definitely. You know, they'll have to just look forward to it, how it happens. We're talking about the open moments right now. You can have a look at how the fight just starts up and how they just kept on going. This was another one-on-one skirmish that just kept on moving up, and then the revives just come down. And so were some of the movements, because then the final game, it was going down to that one-on-one skirmish slowly and steadily and steadily.
Yes, we saw some of the fights, and this was the spray. This was the moment for match, especially Ocean. That spray, M4166X spray from Foxy, that was brilliant. That was phenomenal.
Definitely, it was. Definitely, it was really, really phenomenal onto its own self. But now talking about this fight, I mean, Astro could have gone to the double-digit kill marker for his individual performance. Just look at this. I mean, the way he was trying to spot down players, he did do good, but it did not just got the best out of team. TES meanwhile getting that triple-digit marker for themselves, 100 points for them, 57 for the placement, 43 for the kills, Futuristic X with 94, Envy with 87. Then comes on no Sympathy Envoys, but QR posts again still at that 7th marker. Nightmares out there with 48 points. They are still pretty close. If one good game for now, Nightmares, they can be in the top 7.
Exactly, and that would be a nightmare for QR Force too if they just get a good outing. That means 8x have slipped down on the second half of the chart, but look at that point difference. No Sympathy 69, Envoys 65, 69, 64, QR Force 2, 52. So apart from QR Force 2, if we see 4, 5, 6, the lead is not too much.
Yeah, I mean that's nice. The way the top teams are playing, right? But the otherwise story talk about Thugs and 8X both have 42 points. They're not so far away, but both of them will have to have really good game if they want to. Maybe first, second with a lot of kills if they want to be there on the top
Yes.
position. So we'll have to see how that contestation happens because again, it's a closed out affair right now.
Exactly, and look at that. Team Thugs, the only team to have a chicken dinner and still in that second half of the chart. So this is not looking good. We have talked about the importance of chicken dinner that actually helps you bring yourself in the top half of the chart. But after this, also chicken dinner, Thugs are not looking good. They want one more good game. Obviously, if the last game that will be happening in the map of Miramar, and only then we can see them in the top half of the chart.
Exactly. And talking about Miramar, right? The Miramar map will be right in front of us in a while. But before that, we're going to go on a really short break. We'll see you guys after this.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to Karkin. Today, let me guide you on an in-depth understanding of this 4-square-kilometer humble island. Before stepping into Karkin, you may have already heard about the intimidating Demolition Zone. In Demolition Zone, buildings will be destroyed into smithereens. But rest assured that today's tour will be a safe one. Karkin might be a small island, but the textile industry of the island works as a crucial financial support for the entire island. Our first attraction is Al Haik. Al Haik is a medium-scale town, and people who lived here refine pigments for a living. Then those pigments will be sent to Quettaknigh for dyeing. Skyscrapers are scarce in Al Haik. Compared to other urban areas, there are fewer visitors here, which makes looting easier. It's a perfect choice for a team of 4 in search of adequate equipment supplies. We'll be walking by the sea, and our next attraction will be Quettaknigh, which serves as the port of importing raw materials of Karkin. Imported textiles are dyed in vats filled with multiple colors and distributed to the factories. If you want to choose this place as your landing spot, then it's recommended that 1 to 2 players in your team land in the containers area, as they can easily find combat supplies here, and head to the city to support their teammates. In the middle of our journey to Al Habar, we'll be passing by an enclosed warehouse. You will need to use sticky bomb to blast the walls that look less solid to get in. There's always something nice in here. But be careful, as one might not want to hide behind those walls during combat, because those unmaintained walls can be easily penetrated with just a touch, making you susceptible to attacks from enemies and exposing you to dangers. The next stop is Al Habar, which is the largest urban area in Karkin. There are many residents, hence the numerous high-rising residences. No doubt this place will be a popular spot in the future. Our next attraction is the port city of Bar Shahir, which stores and exports goods of Karkin. This is the perfect spot to search for weapons, making it my personal favorite. Next up is the city of the West, Bashara. It was a city congested with residents, with tall buildings providing convenience in observing the surrounding movements. Just make sure not to lose your directions here. Our final destination is the cargo ship, located at the southwest corner of the map. This ship has been idle here for forever, and has already been abandoned. Yet there are still goods that remained here. However, due to the gigantic size of the cargo ship and the containers, this place no doubt becomes a place to rumble. Don't you feel the excitement already just thinking of it? Besides these urban areas, Karkin also houses many such little buildings. rumor has it that there's another passage beneath these buildings, as well as a huge space beneath Karkin. Well, it's up to you, believe them or not. Alright, your Karkin tour is now closing its curtains. Looking forward to seeing you next time.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Pubg Campus Championship Pakistan 2021 by Oppo F19 Pro #Book Up Your Fun. My name is Oshin Chamal. Alongside me is Ankit, and yes, with 2 games out of the equation, one Miramar will decide the top 7 on the contestation.
So yes, before the day starts, we just had 3 matches for this group. Especially 2 have been exhausted. That means we are just down to the final map of the Miramar, and on this, many stakes, many players stakes, many of the fates will be sealed after this because some of the teams are trying to make an entry. Some of the teams are just secured that 100 mark. They have got the century, but some of the teams are still starving for that 1, 2, 5, 6, 8 points just to make an entry. We have to wait for that once the Miramar map come into the action, and we'll see after that how these teams actually pan out.
Exactly, we'll have to see how it just actually pans out
Yeah.
onto its own self because as we talk about, there are a lot of teams onto the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th marker that can make it to top 7. If a team falters down, they can be out of the equation. So it's kind of a high pressure situation for those teams.
Yep, it is a time, it is a moment where the teams are made and the names are made because this is the moment where the teams actually wait for. But if some teams actually comes out emerging victorious from this situation, this will be a good thing for them because obviously, if you survive against all the odds, the name is to be taken for you.
Definitely, it definitely has to be just taken up for the players for sure. We'll have to see how that happens or if that happens or not. In a while, we'll be going on to the match for sure to look forward to what happens with the match and with everyone that's going to be just situated with the match as well. But as we're talking about it, right, 8x is being used as we were
Yes.
just talking about it on the meta. That was not the meta of Sanhok, but Miramar is something that contributes to it for sure with bolt actions, with the DMRs and all those things. So maybe a lot of DMR skirmish, maybe those long range M4 6M, like those things can be just a thing right now to look forward to.
I would love to. I would love to see that Ocean if that happens because we have seen in the past where the matches have actually been very bruised up, very deadly, very bloodshed moments in this map of Miramar. And what else than some of the fights that can actually erupt with the DMRs interaction, with the bolt action interaction? Because we have seen some good fights, we have seen some good sprays. If I'm talking about the Foxy spray that actually happened in the last match, where with that single spray of M416, he just took down 2 players, and with that, it was an elimination for one team. But yes, I am looking up for all this action. But with that being said, Team 8x and team like Seksi, these teams have actually this is the one that they have to actually perform well because they are not in the top half of the chart. 8x before this match, they were on the top 7. They were on the #7. But with that, QR4s too had a very good outing in the first match, and obviously some teams have actually toppled the first half of the chart. So any team below 6th or 7th position from 9th to 10th can make an entry and make a comeback. But for that, we have to wait for this last Miramar to actually take place. And you know what, Ocean? This is the moment. So you can imagine the nerves that is actually beating up, the heartbeats that is actually beating up, because just one match can just let you aggress for the tournament, or can let you slip for the tournament.
Yeah, but it always comes down to these thinkings only, right? When you talk about how one match can change, make or break, all those
Exactly.
things. It all just goes down. Plus, it also comes down to how the players want to play this game, right? Because there will be a few players that want to play the game on their own rightest ways, right? When we think about a good game happening versus the games moving up forward slowly, so it just goes down to that. But we'll still have to say one of the most important things that is, what did the teams learn from this? Like, what did they think? What do they actually think of the competition going on to the last game? Because for now, they know that they know every team's goods, bads, uglies, and the crazies. So it's
Yes.
time to bring that finally on the table once again.
Yes, they have played some 6, 7 matches against each other. Maybe the first week could have been a moment where things could have not gone on the way. But talking about the learnings, G69, the way they actually stalled that fight on the on the western side of boot camp, that actually just attracted the vision of many such players. And onto the horizon, you just cannot afford to stay for such long time. Obviously, the bullets are being exchanged and the zone is still contracting. That means more and more teams, more and more players will be into the zone, into the circle and around you. And just because of that, we just saw no sympathy were just trying to make a backstab, and that was the reason that G69 actually faltered. Apart from that, G69 were actually doing pretty good. They were just trying to take a good fight up against a team that was actually 4 men strong. But
Yeah.
yes, G69 need to take some learning if you are talking, and we are talking about the learnings that are to be drawn from certain teams in this match.
If that happens, right? Again, there's a big if to just talk about that
Yeah,
for sure. So if that happens, because if we talk about these fights, right, it,
yep,
it just goes down to big ifs and buts. But we'll have to look forward to the match to see where it just
yep.
goes down. Because from the Parasi to Ladrilla, we can see the flight path going down right now. Lost in the was in those in the big areas. El Pozo as well, Pegado as well. Let's see where the circle goes. If the circle goes north, then teams will have to just look forward to how do they fight, how do they take up all the contestations for themselves.
So I won't be surprised if Circle takes an opposite shift up where the flight
Yeah.
path is actually there, because we have seen such shifts being actually those bizarre shifts, those ugly shifts where the players are in a very much troublesome situation because graveyards are already being dug once we enter this barren land of Miramar. So I won't be surprised if the circle goes on to the area of maybe La Cobria, Torre Humada, Campo Bredar, because yesterday we also saw a circle encircling around the area of Torre Humada.
Yeah, I mean, circle, like those things will be making up a huge impact on the players as well, just to look forward to. But you can look at the Lost Learners area. You can see a lot of teams going down onto Lost Learners. This is for the first time I'm seeing. I get it, right? Lost Learners is the biggest city in the entire PUBG Mobile universe, and out here you can see like two, three teams just dropping out really close to each other. Seksi's onto the southern side, DC's onto the middle side, Envy's out there. Maybe a lot of fights will be happening, but we'll have to find out.
Yes, TES, NV, three teams onto the biggest city of this PUBG Mobile, and Seksi also joining the party. But no, Circle makes a sudden shift, this time following the flight path. But look at that split from Impala and close to put the Parasio from G9, Toxic, and the rest of the players. But I'll be waiting as soon as the visual comes from the area, from the city of Los Leones, and this can be a very good fight that can actually develop on the Los Leones. And we have already seen some of the fights erupting, but an urban city fights, that is a delight to watch.
Well, with this kind of circle, right, teams don't have to move forward. They just don't have to. They just have to stay there and just wait for everything to move on its own. And so, if I just talk about it, I'll be happy to see how long of time do the players just keep it for themselves, and from there, how do they just move forward with themselves. So, with all together, with this just getting out of the equation, let's just see how and what do the teams look forward to, because there's no team out of the zone as per se.
Yes, it seems that all the teams are in the zone. Some of the teams that are not actually in the zone, they are on the edge of the zone. They are holding that circumference of the zone. We have to see once they make an entry how they are going to be panning out fight. But before that, let's head towards the city of Los Leones, where we have seen 3, 4 teams dropping in. TES, DC, NV, all players, all teams trying to spot one another and each other, and they must have seen other parachutes dropping down. So the info must have been into their mind that yes, the players are there. So we just need to take a fight for now.
Well, yes, they will have to just take up the fight for themselves. Astro's just out there again, just using everything that can be on its own self. and Hush as well. I'm sure like all these players are just out here, just trying to find the good areas, trying to find the good loot for themselves. Obviously, it's important, right? It's important, it's needed, and that's what they are going for. Just looking forward to the loot. I mean, I would say this. If someone asks them, obviously they will be thinking about one thing. Hey, we are not alone here. We have to just use every step with its righteousness. Because if we get spotted down, we will be taken down. And they are doing that. They are using every step in the right way for themselves. Because they know it. Because they know it, right? One wrong peak, one wrong move, one wrong rotation, one wrong way of standing out on the empty road, they will be taken down.
Yes, this can happen actually to them, but for now, they are looting the compound. They are into the good area because he has split from the player of Envy. Absaw Hash onto the one side and Taxi Pistol and Ahmed onto the other side. And we have just seen some of the players trying to make a loot. The visuals coming straight away from the city of Los Leones. 4 minutes 5 seconds into the match, and it seems that no team has actually faltered onto the number and haven't gone into the fight. But for now, the way DC is trying to approach towards the players of Envy, they can be anytime caught in the open. A wrong move that you were actually talking about. It seemed for a moment that Flash was the player, but no. Look at that spotting level, and yes, the pin has also been heard by Abs, and that was the reason he was just unsettled for a moment.
That was just dropping down for his own self, and Flash he did hear the footsteps of the player just moving up forward, so he tried to go for that grenade. But once he knew that the player is moving away from them, he did spot him down. So he did spot him afterwards, though. But now, lovely just having an MP4, and I would love to see those MP4 skirmishes going up. I mean, this is what we like in these kind of maps. Just using those areas, he has a higher ground. He can spot the players. He can take him down. He has that the weapon that knows only headshots and nothing else. So it might just get a really good result out of it.
And this is probably the first time in this entire PMCC, as I've casted, that we are seeing such a fight that can erupt, a probable fight that can erupt in the city of Los Leones, if I'm not wrong, Ocean.
Yeah, that's true, right? Lost Earnest. I would love to see fights in the final circle.
And Seksi also trying to make an entry. What is happening?
I would love to see the final circle and fight happening around the area of Los Angeles, just for one thing, and that is that players, there will be a big cluster of players. But look at this right now. I'm sure he's just trying to stay and survive on this area, but he hasn't spotted down. He'll be taken down. The player that was looking really good, really deadly in the previous game has been taken down earlier this time.
Exactly, and this can actually put the players of Envoy into the back foot because you have just lost a star player, the player that actually outcasted, showcased his performance, and outshined other players has already been eliminated. And this can be a big loss for the players of Envy. And from now onwards, we might see some passive game because none of the teams, none of the players actually want their players to play on the loss of it in this just early half of the game.
Yeah, no one would, right? But G6 also coming from the backside. You can see Graveyard's area. There are two teams out there. Envoys just moving up from the areas around Hacienda, Water Treatment, San Martin. No sympathy from El Pozo. So many teams just moving up on their own self. And that's a good thing. That's needed right now to move forward.
Yes, they are just trying to make an entry, but the moment they make an entry, I see no impediments, no blockades for them because the area of Picardo, Montenegro, Power Grid, and Chumacera, these areas are all clear. So once one team make an entry, it can be a situation where they can actually gatekeep for them because from the same side, from the western side, from the El Pozo, NS, and FTC are trying to make a rotation. So then it brings down to one conclusion that if Circle makes a shift and the area of Ladrilla and Montenegro gets out of the contestation, we can see some gatekeeping situation like this happening at the same place.
Definitely can. We definitely can just see that happening right now. But again, the players are trying to spot each other out. They are trying to just spot their opponents down if they can, and once they will just definitely take him down as well. And we have right now just sitting onto his own area as they have lost on one player, but they haven't lost on the entire game. So they are still just trying to find a good safety cushion for themselves. And by the looks of it, they can. But Flash, all right. Is he fast enough to save himself from this one? He is Flash, but he's not the fastest man alive as he will be taken down with a good grenade. And the next one, well, finished probably. Oh, all right. Not as such, but it will be. It will be.
Yes, it will be soon as other players are knowing the location, and it seems that he cannot be given revival the way he has been knocked out. He is just in open. Players are trying to make a comeback into the situation. For example, Hellfire is very close to them, Headline is very close to them, but it will be a brave move. It will be a brave move, but no. he has been eliminated. That just brings down to the fact that DC are just surviving 2 players down, but caught in the open. Hash can be taken any moment down, and yes, he was just trying to make a jump to avoid all those bullets that are actually coming up, but he has been eliminated. But some parkour action coming up from the city of Los Leones.
It is, but now a grenade being put down. I don't know if that was needed, that was necessary or not. I mean, it's probably doing damage though. I mean, Red is on the back inside. Alian right now also just trying to stay safe on the backside. Hannan is just out there, but look at this. Lovely has dropped down from one area to the other, and now they can put a lot of pressure from both directions. Let's see if they will be looking forward to. Oh, they spot him down. Lovely has been taken down as well. Now the players have to move forward. TS, what are the players doing? They have to move right now. They had to. It was their cue, but they wasted that time. And now can they take the fight? That's important because it's a 2v2 skirmish. Their one player is just a bit away.
Yes, 3 players still surviving from the side of DES. 1 player has been eliminated, that is lovely, but I'm still not able to understand why DES just didn't make up push, and just because of that, Hannan has also been brought down onto 1 HP, but a good cover fire, and that brings the elimination of Hellfire, and still 1 player is still surviving from DC for how long? That's the biggest 1v1 fight we can still expect. He is holding on to the other angle of this compound, but no! Brekar wrecks him off as he secures the 2nd kill, and the total number of 4 kill has been secured from his team. And this fight, after eliminating DC, they might be looking at the players of Envy, as Envy have also heard the shots and they know where the players are hiding. They know the compound where the fight has just erupted. So we can see some slam in action, some encircling being done by the players of Envy. Just because of that, Seksi Pistol is trying to create a flank angle for his team.
It is happening in its own way, right? But now talk about in these 2 players. I mean, Hammer and Pistol, they are just surviving. But for how long can they survive? I mean, it's difficult for them to just stay here, stay on the back lines, and not to even move at all. I mean, it just becomes a lot more critical for these players for sure. Hammer and Pistol, if they need to survive, in order to survive as much as they can, they will have to just try and dish out something out of the ordinary, just in order to be out there. Ahmed, all right, he's still just moving on to his own areas. Alian is just moving on to their own areas. Yes, I mean, these 2 players, they did take up this fight in a really good way for themselves.
Exactly, but Lovely could have been saved. What do you think, Ocean? Like, this fight actually had gone to the way, but with the exit of Lovely, team looks a bit less stronger now.
Yeah, I mean, I did talk about it, right? Because obviously, had the players started moving at the right moment, they could have saved out that 1 player. But I mean, good or bad, they got the points though, and their only momentum shift right now is just for one thing to say in the top 7, to be the top 7, and that's what they're just working up for.
If that they are just working up for, and let's see if that actually goes to the way. But 90M also aligning onto the players of QRF. It seems that some shots have been exchanged, and yes, some shots have been exchanged, and just because of that, 968 has just been brought down to 68. But not only that, HitKit had also received some shots. That means players from 90M are doing pretty well and are trying to just spot down and score down to the players of QRF. QRF are holding some compounds, but they are on the lower ground, and because of that, 90M is trying to maximize the damage onto the players of QRF.
They definitely are trying to just getting out the best of the damage numbers for themselves, but by the looks of it, they didn't know that we're no sympathies, and they didn't know they'll have to take those players down. Talking about the airdrops though, 4 times with the growth, and obviously the adrenaline instance just coming out here, and 4 times can be a really good scope as well if you want to just if you don't have a higher number scope, it just becomes a really good one. Growth, I mean, well, just dropping down the airdrops, so we'll have to see if the players just take it for themselves or not. Slowly and steadily, the players would want to rotate from one area or the other altogether for themselves. QRF Assassin, meanwhile, just trying to spot down the areas. 968 killer. I mean, these all players are just out there surviving for themselves. Let's see what happens once they start taking up the fights.
And yes, they just need to get a good outing from this match, because they are on the deadline. They are on the sword, where if a bad game goes on to the name, they can face an elimination. Just because of that, we are seeing a passive gameplay being actively executed from their side, because they are still 4 men strong. If they just find themselves out in the 2nd last zone or 3rd last zone, they can obviously qualify very well in this total points ranking.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. As for how it is happening, but look at this again. A Phantom can take 1 player down with that MP4 of his own self if he just takes up a good shot. Record.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, just moving on from one area to the other, trying to spot down the players of Seksi.
Yes, it seems that Seksi's players are also being spotted on by the players of QRF, and that means QRF have spotted two teams, but they are still not making a move into the zone. For now, they have to just aggress 50 meter, but what are they waiting for? Because we know the hold off zone is very much important, and yes, it seems that they have heard our words, and now is the moment they are trying to make an entry.
It definitely is important the whole of the circle for themselves. But talking about Twitter, right? They are moving around the circle, not inside the circle as of now, but moving it around the circle for themselves, which might be really good. But they might encounter a team or two, and by the looks of they will be encountering a team out there right in front of them. TS as well, just moving against the circle, but now they'll be moving inside the circle for sure. They have a straight up ahead entry for the zone to be there. So let's see how that just works out. But talk about TR. All right, talk about TRE. NS is pretty close to them. One player though, I mean, Hitkit is pretty close, but he'll just move forward towards his own teammates.
Yes, and zones make a shift, and that brings down to the area of Shimasera and all, where the circle can actually and the fight can actually happen down. But it seems that Nosleon, as the circle has turned away from them, but 9 TM Neptune has been spotted down by the players of TRE onto the backhand side. We just saw no sympathy trying to make a close in. So if TRE doesn't clear them back or their instant angle, they might receive some shot. We have to wait for that.
We definitely will have to wait for it to look forward to, to how that just happens. But right now, talk about it, right? So he's still trying to spot someone, still trying to spot a few players. If he can, Foxy's out there as well. That team's on the backside, can be taken down though. And well, all right, well, that's a good one. QRF's two players being taken down. They would not have been ready for it at all.
Exactly, that just happened because this is not the way players actually would love to face animation. But out in the open, he is just being given a revival. Had these players very close to them, a nade, a well-cooked nade could actually help them. But it seems that QR4 they just are trying really very very hard to make a move into the zone, because we just saw QR4s were still hanging in that cliffhanger situation where they haven't been able to secure their position, and just because of that they just want to get this game into their favor.
Definitely, but they got a really good outing for themselves, though. I mean, talk about theory, right? They are looking decent on this area. NB Ahmed, meanwhile, he needs his teammates pretty close to him, and Pistol is onto the left hand side. But staying a bit away from each other might just be a bit bad, though. If they want to go for the revive or something, if that happens, they can move from the backside where Ahmed is moving up right now, because the number of players that they have in front
Exactly.
of them, it's going to be a bit of a skirmish as Alian is just moving up
Yep.
forward along with Hannan. And let's see if this spot someone out. Will Maverick trying to dish out the damage on the tires of that vehicle.
Is trying to puncture the movement, trying to puncture the wheels of those open trucks, just not in order to peril the movements that teams are actually looking for, because we know the importance of vehicles, we know the importance of all those vehicular movements in this map of Miramar that can actually help you just not to make a movement in zone, but that actually helps you in the last circle when the zone is in open as a cover.
Yes, exactly. But now, alongside this one, let's see how these fights just go down. As TS again, they did lose on one player. Lovely, that was one of the sides of Lost Guns. Now they are moving up forward.
Plays
They are just taking down. But now look at Envoy. All right, they did lose down on Envoy. Did lose their one player as well right now. So many players are still not being taken down. But still, the fights are on a slower note as we have 11 teams and 37 players. But the Plays one is the one that's taking down 8X's players.
Yes, I just saw three players going down one by one from the player of from the team of 8X, and it seems that this can be a game end for them. And yes, Mead has been finally finished. Muju has been finished by the players by 60 pistol caught in the open. A brilliant spray coming from Hannan, and that makes a kill tally of total 4 into 5 into his name and 2 into his name, and the last player surviving is right there in front of him.
Well, the fights are definitely happening, but talk about this, right? Zad has been taken down as well. QRF, well, they also, I mean, they are at the 7th position, but they also have to have that safety cushion for themselves. If they don't, that's going to be a
Exactly.
really bad thing. So they also have to just worry about every player being taken down. And we have, a few shots were being taken down on him as well, but he still survives.
And not only that, Seksi, they also have to secure some good placement points, total kill points. For now, they just have zero kill points. So for now, they just are relying on the total placement points. If they get a checker, this can be a good game for them. But after that, we have to still wait that will they be able to make an entry into the top 7. But for now, it seems that by TES, NV is facing an elimination from this match.
Well, I mean, they probably don't have to worry about anything as of now. We'll have to see if that just goes down for anything. But talk about the players. You can see the players are just out there. TES onto the backside as well. Again, the fights can just happen up if it goes down to it. Hannan is having a good direction for his own self. Aryan as well onto the back lines, onto the backside to take up all the fights. We'll have to see if the fights do happen or not. Boss trying to spot down Hannan. If Hannan makes a wrong peek or a mistake, he can be taken down though.
Yes, because a prone 3x space for M416, we have seen in the past how deadly it can be. And obviously, boss, look at that. A level 3 helmet, level 2 vest, and a very good equipment. That means he is looking very strong. The only thing he can do is that just not expose himself on the right hand side, because 90M players are already there. And the moment they peek themselves out or maybe expose themselves in order to take down the player of TES, they might be hunted down from another angle. So this is the one thing that they have to avoid. For now, Circle has made a shift and has gone away from them. That means they have to travel 130 or 140 meter into the zone.
Yeah, I mean the way the fights happen, just happening. We can have a look at this. But 8x area obviously has been taken down as well. 9 teams, 29 plus surviving, and with the zone just staying on the open grounds with a lot of bridges to play against. It's gonna be really, really difficult with everything. But still, with 15 more seconds on the clock, and so like it's a really slow pace for itself. This Miramar match.
Yes, it is, because we are down to the 5th zone. The players and the team numbers are still pretty high, damn high, because 9 teams to 9 players, and look at that positioning of 90, and they won't be allowing many players because these players have to come into zone. But with that being said, Toxic with his mini 14 toxic tap shots has taken down some of the players, but some other fights are also being executed, as Brekar has been taken down by the players of NS, and it seems that he will be given the revival because he is in the open. And yes, a final kill confirmation is there, but what are the players of Envoys are doing? Because Maverick has just spotted them down and trying to kill them one by one, but with that, Boss has also been knocked down, and Ultron, the last player surviving, and Maverick with that trying to take the last player of Envy's down.
Well, they are taking out their players right now. Maverick, he still survives outside the circle. Now Maverick is just moving forward, trying to take down the first aids for himself. Ultron, he has used his last first aid. Now the players will be moving forward. Maverick has 3 first aids, so he's using another one. And after this, he will be sitting on that vehicle and just moving forward as fast as he can. Ultron knows he cannot survive any longer. He'll just have to stay out there with 7 teams onto the corner and 21 players alive. This is the 5th circle with 21 minutes on the marker.
And who expected this match to go this down to the wire and this bloodily fights that is gonna be erupting, because we are with 20 players still left and we are into 20 minutes of the circle. The clock is ticking down, but 90M a Phantom with that M24 shot. This is amazing.
It definitely was a really good shot, right? Talking about an M24 being used onto this fight, it's a treat to watch those shots being utilized onto the right space. Well, Hamoud is on low HP as well.
Oh.
Does not have a helmet, still moving forward.
Yes.
Can spot down one player. That's going to be FTC upon. If he does spot him down, he would love to take him down as well. But right now, all he needs to do is just stay safe as he can, and take down a few kills. If he can spot those out, Hamoud needs a revive, and he will be getting the revive for sure. But the vehicle right next to them, it's going to burn. It's going to burn down. It's going to blast down for sure. So they need to just blast it out to get that perfect cover. Hannan meanwhile has 3 kills. He wants to revive his teammate with the 45-second clock marker out there. Well, Seksi takes down 1. So many players being taken down, 16 and 18 players.
And look at the circle has taken a shift, and none of the teams are into the circle. Circle into the very much open end, and I can only see one team that is holding the edge, and that might be the 90M team that is holding the edge. But apart from that, all these fights, all these teams are happening out of the circle onto the western half of the spot, because NS, no sympathy, trying to make an entry, and look at that, 6 kills onto their name. If they get this match, they can emerge this with very high fragging to the match.
Definitely, they can emerge victorious with the high fragging match for sure. But right now, have a look at this, right? The way the fights were happening, now it's down to the throwable games. Because, if they have to move forward, first of all, they need to just,
Exactly.
let their opponents move forward. Then they can go for a really good backstab. That's what they are looking for. But are they going to go for three-web? The answer might just be no, because the zone's coming up and they can't revive the teammate outside the circle for sure. So they'll have to just, maybe move forward onto themselves. Psycho has been taken down by Fyme again. The F4 just coming down onto the equation. 5 teams remaining, 15 players alive right now. And Brekar just on Soyanu wants to move forward as they are three-man squad. And they would want to have a really good outing. But no, ORION hasn't brought down. He can be taken down as well. He does get taken down though. So now Brekar from the north angle will have to take up all the fight for himself. Hannan is on low utility usage as well as his helmet and vest. Both are being damaged. Hannan, a good grenade was on his side. Brekar does not even have a vest. His helmet is totally damaged. So I don't know how they are going to pull this off for themselves. How they're going to win this fight for themselves against G69 players.
It is looking very difficult for them because G69 is very much strong. 2 kills, just 2 kills on them, but all the 3 players are strong. And the best part for them is that they are not exhausted with guns, they are not exhausted with medic, they are not exhausted with vest and helmets because they haven't taken much of a fight. But some of the teams have taken very much fight. For example, the team of NS, for example, the team of 90M, and just because of that, they are looking not that much strong. But look at that split from No Sympathy. 2 players onto the back lines and 2 players just sent ahead. Maximum skills, and this can be a game of them, but a lower dip can actually not go into the favor, as if this King's nade connect, it can be a graveyard for 2 of the teammates of Sympathy.
Well, the grenades are just going down, but King will be taken down as of now, as Alan had his crosshair onto the side. He has an AK and a Kar 98. Will have to use an AK more and more. Kar 90 can be taken onto maybe a regiment if it comes down to it, but now he has to revive his teammate. Does not have any first aid. So, but talk about the other players onto the backsides as well. Diablo is out there with 5 kills for his own sub. G69 is looking really good with 6 kills. Toxic has 1 though, and King has none. He would want to rack up those numbers as well for himself, but he's going to go and be the backbone for the fights out here.
Yes, they are looking very much pretty strong, but Circle has made a shift, and 19 meter is the distance that No Sympathy's Marcour has to go into zone, and that can be a situation, that can be a detrimental situation that can actually go against them. But the continuous nades and molly is being used by the players of G69 King onto the player of NS, and not just only onto the player of NS, but also onto the players of 90M that are actually surviving anyhow on to the eastern and northern half of the circle. But for how long, that's the biggest question, as King has been eliminated with Marcour.
Well, the players again are being taken down slowly and steadily, and that's how it's just happening up. But now still we are down to those 3 teams only that have been fighting for a while right now. 8 players remaining, and King, all right, well, this Molly can actually just burn your opponents alive, and that's what he's trying for. And as the players are out there, if they've not touched those players though, but still surviving, they're still safe on their own self, but just to be taken. That's another King. That's another kill in the favor of Toxic.
Exactly, G9 securing close to 7-8 kills in this match, and if they just get a chicken and yes, 7 kills onto the name, there are still some of the players left, 5 players, and if they get all these players, they can add a tally of total 12 and maybe a chicken that can actually shoot up the number. But at the moment, these all fights are happening. 90M trying to make an entry, but have been spotted down by the player of Toxic, and with that spray of Scar, he has been elevated. With that, Neptune has also been elevated, and look at that, Toxic is just not stopping.
Well, Toxic's out there, Diablo's out there. Let's see, like, they have that upper hand for themselves, and they can get this game. I mean, it's just one player that they have to take him down. Alan obviously is, being taken down. He is not surviving out of this one for sure. But what it means is that they're thinking that the final player is onto the backside of Alan. Like, they're looking at that direction. But now they spot him down. It's an easy win for G69. It's a really easy win for the players of G69 for themselves. If they can't take up this fight, they don't have to mess it up. If they do, it's going to be a really bad mess up. But by this one, look at this Diablo moving on to the other direction. Will obviously confirm the skill points of success or no. Oh, yeah. Now it just goes down for a G69. They get that win for themselves. A really good winner with a chicken coming out for the lads.
Yes. Finally, G69 coming up with that chicken. We just saw some good games coming up in that last week, but first 2 matches just went into their way. But final match, and they just performed when it mattered the most. And with that, they must have secured the top 7 slot. And not just only that, they might have gone for the contestation of the top 3 slots. G69, man, oh man, what a chicken in this last match.
Exactly. What a chicken dinner into this last match for sure. And with this one, it just comes down to one thing, and that is to think about and to move about the way the players have been just looking forward on their own gameplay. If we talk about the
Exactly.
gameplay that these players have been just bringing up to the table, I would say it was one of the most amazing gameplays to be seen, to be witnessed out here for sure. But if we talk about the way these players have been playing and will be playing up, I would say there's still a lot more to come forward. But the top seven teams, they will be right in front of us in a while for sure to just look forward to. But altogether, all in all, it was a really good game to see and to look forward to.
Yeah, this was have to happen. Like some of the teams would aggress to the further
Yeah.
tournaments, and some of the teams would be just not making themselves way up to the in the second half of the tournament. That the second phase that we call as for now. But for that we have to wait for a moment. But the circle, the way it was making a shift, it was a hell of a fire for some of the teams. But with that match ranking on its way.
We're talking about the match ranking, right? You can have a look at this 11 kills for G69 and those 26 points. They're loving that. But 26 to 3 points, that's a drop on close to 8th placement point.
Yes, 8 placement points of that. That is a massive drop as we talk about it. But Nightmares, look at those numbers also. 10 placement points and just 3 kills. That means Nightmares, they were trying to pull themselves in a victorious position, but they just faltered onto the last position where they were just eliminated by G69 because they were looking unstoppable.
Well, it definitely did not just work out for themselves. We'll have to see and look forward to how it just keeps on happening. What just happened
Exactly.
once we'll be just talking about the fights and everything along with it, and all for this one, right? 9 to 16 has a different story in which Envoys is the only team that has
Yep.
one kill along. Other than that, two outposts. They had 1 point. I would love to see where they end up. Are they in the top seven
Exactly.
or not after this one?
Yes, this becomes a situation where QR Force might be on that sword, might be on that angle if Team 8X had secured so much point, but no, it's the Team 8X that was the only team that was looking close to them. For now, they have just secured 1 placement point, so 8X is not a team that QR Force would be afraid of. But let's see if some other team from the second half of the chart has actually made a comeback or not.
Exactly. But after this, we will be moving forward and looking at the hopeful moments as well for this one game to just talk about how the fights have been, how the fights have constituted, and what lies ahead for these teams. Because that's kind of just important to look for because there were a lot of moments that just changed every phase of the game.
Yes, and with that, some dreams will made some dreams will be shattered. But before that, we just witnessed some good fights in this urban city of Los Leones, and that nade, that was spot on. That was a well cooked nade that we talked about.
Yeah, exactly. That was a spot on nade that was just about to be just used up to the players. But this is where two players are taking on from Europe, and after that, Europe just faltered down slowly and steadily. And this team was looking really good. They did also just their own work in their own ways, but. After this one, after the fight, just were moving on to its own pace. I would say, and as Jesus, like these teams were looking really strong for their own fight.
Still on this #1 position before this match, but some of the teams that might be actually worried will look after that. But this is the overall ranking ocean, and with that, TES, Futuristic X, 6-9, No Sympathy, Team Envy, Envoys,
Oh,
Nightmares, and QR Force.
well, talking about the seventh position, that's where Nightmares is up right now. QR Force is on eighth position. They were in the top seven till the
Exactly.
fourth day, right at the start, but now they are at the eighth position.
And they just got the chicken right off the bat in that map of Erangel, if I'm not wrong. So this is a turn off event for them, and also the second team that got a chicken dinner, Team Thugs, having a chicken dinner onto its name and still not able to qualify. They just
Well,
missed
I
out.
mean, yeah, they did miss out on that opportunity, but well, this is how it just goes forward. You win some, you lose some, and all together you just have to move forward in your life by looking at everything that just constitute towards your own performance and the performance that just gets forward. But right now, I would say with this group just going out of the equation, we'll be on for the next group for sure. We'll be on to see how the next
Exactly.
group just performs and what happens in their own gameplays as this we have witnessed this once. We can witness it again. That top seven skirmish, seventh, eighth position, the fights that keeps on happening. So we'll be coming up with the next group for sure in a while.
Exactly.
But before that, we guys will be heading on a really short break. We guys will be seeing you after this.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to Karkin. Today, let me guide you on an in-depth understanding of this 4 square kilometer humble island. Before stepping into Karkin, you may have already heard about the intimidating demolition zone. In demolition zone, buildings will be destroyed into smithereens. But rest assured that today's tour will be a safe one. Karkin might be a small island, but the textile industry of the island works as a crucial financial support for the entire island. Our first attraction is Al Haik. Al Haik is a medium-scale town, and people who lived here refine pigments for a living. Then those pigments will be sent to Hadika Nemo for dyeing. Skyscrapers are scarce in Al Haik. Compared to other urban areas, there are fewer visitors here, which makes looting easier. It's a perfect choice for a team of 4 in search of adequate equipment supplies. We'll be walking by the sea, and our next attraction will be Hadika Nemo, which serves as the port of importing raw materials of Karkin. Imported textiles are dyed in vats filled with multiple colors and distributed to the factories. If you want to choose this place as your landing spot, then it's recommended that 1 to 2 players in your team land in the containers area, as they can easily find combat supplies here, and head to the city to support their teammates. In the middle of our journey to Al Habar, we'll be passing by an enclosed warehouse. You will need to use sticky bomb to blast the walls that look less solid to get in. There's always something nice in here, but be careful, as one might not want to hide behind those walls during combat, because those unmaintained walls can be easily penetrated with just a touch, making you susceptible to attacks from enemies and exposing you to dangers. The next stop is Al Habar, which is the largest urban area in Karkin. There are many residents, hence the numerous high-rising residences. No doubt this place will be a popular spot in the future. Our next attraction is the port city of Bar Shahir, which stores and exports goods of Karkin. This is the perfect spot to search for weapons, making it my personal favorite. Next up is the city of the West, Bashara. It was a city congested with residents, with tall buildings providing convenience in observing the surrounding movements. Just make sure not to lose your directions here. Our final destination is the cargo ship, located at the southwest corner of the map. This ship has been idle here for forever, and has already been abandoned. Yet there are still goods that remained here. However, due to the gigantic size of the cargo ship and the containers, this place no doubt becomes a place to rumble. Don't you feel the excitement already just thinking of it? Besides these urban areas, Karkin also houses many such little buildings. Rumor has it that there's another passage beneath these buildings, as well as a huge space beneath Karkin. Well, it's up to you, believe them or not. Alright, your Karkin tour is now closing its curtains. Looking forward to seeing you next time. Yeah, we got it. We did it. I know you'll be there for me.
I'll always be here.
Whoa! How are you? Yeah! Thank you, bro.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
पाकिस्तान में पहली बार पबजी मोबाइल का जुनून पहुंचा है कॉलेज कैंपस पर। अपना स्क्वाड जमा करें और अपनी कैंपस की नुमाइंदगी करें। लड़िए अपने विकार के लिए। दाव पर हैं $30,000।
Hello everyone, everyone, and welcome back to PUBG World Campus Championship Pakistan by Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. Mine with Ocean Sharma alongside me is Ankit, and so far, we have seen some amazing matches happening, but that was a different group. And now moving on forward, we'll be having a new group chiming in. That's in the group 8 for sure. And with the new faces, the most important thing is a new tactical style of gameplay, a new aggressive style of gameplay, and maybe a new
Yes.
calculated style of gameplay for sure.
Yes, the calculation becomes important as we talked about that because some of the teams actually missed that mark, that magical number, the magical spot that all teams actually crave for that top 7, top 8 spot that let them go into the second half of the phase. But with this, the group 8 comes into action that only brings DESfyme and DESxfyme. Yes, this was the thing I was talking about into the frame.
Exactly. Both these teams were looking really, really good with their own. So quite a night as well. Talk about Astro X. You can have a look at those players as well. So we'd love to see how these players, as play up their own gameplay right now. Because every team right now is looking forward to a good gameplay, and these are the names that will be looking forward onto their best gameplay. Because again, one last chance to prove. Obviously in 3 games though, but one last chance to prove themselves.
Yes, one last chance. If we talk about these 3 games all in a total, and this is the last chance that will be given to today onto their platters to actually showcase their performance. And some of the teams like Orion were also on the second half of the chart, and they need to make a comeback. But before that, all your questions will be answered. Because the flight path on its way from the back ends of Georgiapur to the military base island and dissecting between the areas of military base and Novorupna. The flight path is on, that means Pochinki, School, Rozhok, Gatka, Shooting Range, and Zariki is also glidable, and the military base, the circle, the flight path ends there. So what if this circle makes a shift, circling towards wholly on the Sosumnagar military base?
Well, that will be a good circle to look out for, but probably if we talk about the areas around this, you can see Pochinki. Let's see if a team just goes there. Yasnaya, if a team goes there, because if that area somehow just gets to be inside the circle, the teams there will be having good safety cushion for them. So we'll have to see where the circle just goes down, right? But talk about
Exactly.
DESfyme and PE, they are dropping down from the sides of military base, going forward to the military areas. Let's see how this move forward. LC obviously is going to go to the areas around lower. So many teams just finding out their own areas, but Georgiapur, it's where a lot of fights will be happening up.
Yes, and how can you forget about the aggression from GRX Astro that we saw in that last week where they were just going all guns blazing and all of the players were looking very strong. But as you talked about, we haven't seen any players going towards the area of Yasnaya, and this is a good decision for now. But we have also not seen any teams going on the area of military base. But man, oh man, into the areas of Pochinki. Abdul Hannan, that is that team number 18, up against the players of Rules Breaker into this Pochinki. This can be a fight of the day.
Definitely, it can be a good fight of the day. Just if you have to talk about it, but K9, Chaudhary, Hanan, Charan, both the players, like all the players are out there on the backsides, and there's nothing obviously you can talk about, right? You can see Shade Thomas is on to once a default to Temur as well. So if we talk about the fight that can just happen up, I would say K9 can go for a good backstab. Meanwhile, the other players of K9 can be onto the backstab because it's going to be a 4v4 skirmish. So let's see how it
Exactly.
just goes down.
Exactly. And we can see 2 players in a split and 2 players in a split for K9, and this can actually help them if this goes into the favor. But if the players have actually spotted down that two players are playing in a split for K9, RB can also go against them, and Rules Breaker can also break the backbone of K9 in this very first half and in this very initial stage of this match.
Definitely, that can happen. But right now, even how the right the ghost is trying to stay onto the backlights as well, and how will the
Oh.
situation happen? Because default has taken down a few players, and so many fights just happening. It has just started altogether.
Exactly, and we just saw some of the players regrouping. That means one player from K9 is still on the back of Rule Breakers, and RB have to very much careful about that. Chaudhary, meanwhile, has been given. It seems that he will be given revival in a moment or so, but Rule Breakers also trying to create some flank angles, and this is the moment they are just not shying away from this fight, and we are also witnessing maybe for the first or the second time where the fights are actually erupting in the city of Pochinki.
Yeah, that's true, and that's why we'll have to see. We'll have to look forward to how these fights just come down. As you can see, the players are trying to spot each other down, and they're trying to look
Exactly.
forward as for how everything is just going to be happening up right next to each other.
Yes, and they have to be very much careful because we can see after the revival, K9 are still looking very strong. Ghost onto the one angle and Chaudhary and their players and their teammates onto the another angle. Ghost here, it can be a situation like that. He can be isolated, but does Tamur, Defaulter, Rasher, Toma knows that the single player for K9 Ghost has been isolated. It can go against him. If not, he can create some opening for the players of K9.
Yeah, it will just create a lot more differences altogether around everything. But again, they've taken down a few players, but no finishes have been done. But they know the
Exactly.
locations. They know how difficult it will be just not to pick up all the fights altogether. So somehow, let's see how the things just move forward onto the fights, as we'll be just looking forward to everything.
And yes, Ghost, the player of K9, last player Ghost, has also let his location be revealed because we just saw rules breaker players trying to align the crosshair onto that big compound, onto that three-tier story building, and it seems that yes, Ghost reveal location has also been revealed. But how can RB rule breakers will capitalize? That's the bigger question because 5 minutes into this match they just have those initial loots, and we can as see from the bottom half of the screen that they just have the level 1 helmet, level 1 vest, level 1 backpack. That means they just need to take the fight as soon as possible in their favor. But for now, they are in a good position, they are in a safe position because they are into the circle, so they can afford to obviously stall some time. But a tyrant nade from him can damage some players of RB.
Yeah, that's true. So let's see how the fights, again, get forward to its own self shortly. So Sauda, he can spot down the players. He has spotted down Defaulter. He needs to peek though. Why is he exposing his full body? He needs to peek onto the right side and then take up the fight if it comes down to it. Because you can have a look at right. His full body gets exposed once the fight is happening though.
Yes, you just need to ensure that you are not just exposed in order to avoid those shots, because once you peek, there are the players standing right up against themselves, and the fights will be panning out in some moment or the two because nades and mollies are being continuously used. Obviously, Chaudhary has a nade cooked in. If this nade connects, Tamur can be any moment down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Maybe he can down. Yes, he is.
Well, the players are being taken down now, but Chaudhary has been spotted down as well. He needs to move forward. He will have to, but Defaulter, can he take all the fights all alone by himself? He has spotted down one Hannan is out there, but well, he was trying to take the shot, but no shot did connect him. Now again, he's trying to go for it. He should go for a revive though, but the thing is, the time has been wasted out, and Chaudhary has reached down to his own area.
Exactly.
And with that, Defaulter's just out there, and Chaudhary wants to move forward. He has spotted him down. He has spotted him, get taken down as well easily. There's another knock coming up, and the finishes will be following.
Defaulter had no idea where the players of K9 like Chaudhary and Turret are trying to aggress, and just because of that, he was punished. But Ghost also didn't have any idea that he can just be spotted because Rulesbreaker Stoma had a very good flank angle, and from that position, he initiated that knock, and he would obviously go for that finish. And yes, he has been finished. But no, K9's Ghost has also been finished. That means collateral damages has been done on both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, the damage numbers obviously will be keeping on its own increasing self with everything moving up forward. And like they're looking really strong for their own self. The way they are taking all the fights for themselves, and the way they are just moving on forward with everything. Karen and they are just good, but with loss of one player, it just comes down to their own capabilities, because they'll have to turn on to a plan B as soon as they can. Again, pushing like the circle is with them. Circle is not leaving them as so they don't have to worry about that much. So let's see how they just look forward to the fights.
Yeah, that is something that we have to look forward for. But I also see on the western side of Potato Hill, one team has also had its stronghold, and I can expect those teams, those players trying to hold that barn house that actually is on the eastern half of the Pochinki. So these teams have all the info that how the teams and how all those fights are actually panning out, and any moment we can see a third party situation going into the city of Pochinki. So what a match still going on into the favor of all these teams, all those players. But as we can see some players trying to make an entry from the western half, and we can see Astro trying to make an entry, LS trying to make an entry, and obviously one more team. So a cluster has been developed, and we can expect some of the rotation can be caught off if that happens also.
if that happens also for sure. But now, looking at that airdrop, obviously we saw the airdrop just dropping down onto that one area with an AUG in its own self. But now LS, the players will have to move forward and look forward to the fights. As you can see, the fights are there, but they're outside the circle, so maybe they can take it out. But no, Iconic has been taken down and he needs to come back. But well, his location has been compromised and spotted out in the open, so maybe LS will have to look forward to this loss of one player. If they can revive
Yes.
him, that's going to be a good miracle.
Yes, but the way Believe is trying to make an entry, he can be punished because this is an open area. They just cannot afford. But Unknown's angle is that revealed because he has created a very good flank angle and he can spot some players and take the players down. And the moment the players are taken down, they would bear the brunt not just of the Unknowns and the players of Lost Esports, but also of the Blue Zone that is coming slowly on its way.
Well, that's right, but let's see what happens. I mean, the open area fights, it just kind of gets on to me because in Erangel, most deadliest fights are the ones that happen in the open area. So that's what everything is just looking for. But Unknown, all right, he gets spotted. He gets taken. He takes down one player for sure, and the other one obviously is going to go for the revive. Believe is just out there. But again, Iconic does get a revive. I mean, that mistake has been just done right now, but Unknown onto the backsides. And obviously talking about Mamba right now, the players that are outside the circle still getting that zone damage by themselves, and if they don't have
Yep.
enough first or something, it just becomes a big question as for why are they taking those fights.
Yes, and the way Lost Esports have created a flank angle, they are just not allowing the players of Orion to make an entry. And this was not the outing. This was not the first match that they were expecting because they are still on the second half of the chart. Unknown very close to them. Any nade, any spray can go against onto the favor. But with that triple sitter, players can be taken down. And yes, one more player has been taken down, and it seems that anyhow they are surviving. But for how long? One more bullet, if that's get connected, he could have been taken down. But Orion, two players surviving the brunt of a Lost Esports player. But for now, 2 kills have been secured in the name of Lost Esports. This is a fight that actually went into the way. But for now, it seems that they need to make an entry ASAP. They're surviving the exactly. Yeah. Yes, and where do you think Ocean the Circle would make a second shift? Okay. Okay, let's see if that happens. Some of the teams would still be into the zone as one more team trying to make an entry from the Novorupna area, and that is of LC Cancer, Freaky Devil, Bunny, OP. We have seen some fights going on to the way. We have seen some blunders, some good fights taking their ways, but Bunny has always been the star performer. Let's see if that happens too. But for now, it seems that Pochinki would soon be vacated by the players of K9 as the circle in a moment or two would make a shift on its own. Exactly, Astro on to the very much dead smack center, but for how long? Because DESfyme trying to approach all those compounds, and there will be a race, there will be a competition on the western half of the circle as we see 4-5 teams trying to converge, as 17 PK trying to make an entry, BFR trying to make an entry, ON Orions, 2 players surviving anyhow, trying to make an entry, and LS still holding that angle. They are still waiting that if the players of Orion come from this angle, we would get all those rest of the 2 kills. Exactly, they are still away from the fight, and I would be more interested to see how DESfyme plays into this match, but also my eyes will be onto the way the Astro takes out their fight, because we have seen some good fights going into the way in the last week. Oh! Yes, and from the side of BFR, as Shiko is the only player surviving, but 4 players are still there, still surviving. If they get all the players revival, it can be a good thing for now, because the players of BFR have retreated, and this info, it seems that has gone on to the favor. For now, he's just trying to pop in some smokes just in order to ensure that the no shots come into the favor. But as you were saying, the way these teams are panning out the game, this is enormously good. But I can see the players of Fyme going down one by one, but the players of K9 are also coming into the fight, and this is the moment the players of obviously FTE would revive and let all those players stand on their feet alongside. Yes, but for now it seems that Bunny OP has been spotted down, and this is a compound that is in the center line of the circle. But from another angle, Strix takes a knock, and this is a player, this is a star player from their side. But one by one, the kill is trying to be converted. The knock is trying to be converted into a kill, as Bunny OP is the last man surviving from his team. Cancer and Freaky has been eliminated. Can the players of Fyme make a push? That is a biggest question, because if they make a push, they can get some kills. They can get some knockouts being converted into the kills onto their own. For now, they have the 0 kills, and they are just surviving with the 2 men. Exactly. And yes, the other line of DES is also looking very strong, because they are 4 men strong and they are holding a good angle. But Orion has been punished by Astro, and this is the moment Astro would be eyeing for some of the kills, maybe trying to cut off some of the rotation, maybe trying to pick up some of the knockout players and trying to convert in the kill. And that did happen into their way, as they just eliminated the players of Orion, and some kills have also been secured in the teams of Astro. Yep. Yep, but you just cannot afford to be yourself in the open. But these are desperate moves, because Circle has made a shift where all of the areas are into the open areas. Apart from some of the compounds, rest of the Circle resist and exist in the area where we can just see some of the ridges, some of the trees that can be used as a code. But apart from that, the Circle is in an open area. Yep. Yes, and Quettaknig's players looking very strong. 2 kills onto the name, having some tap shots, but no Astro Killer has been spotted. And the way Astro Killer just tried to create that flank angle, that high ground, they are looking very strong. That means they are boosted up with confidence, Ocean. But yes, Thami has been knocked down. He has been given the revival for now. But one team is also looking very strong with 2 kills onto the number, holding the western half of the edge. FTE if they make an entry with the 4-man strong into zone, they can have their game onto their favor. Yes, 300 meter is the distance that they have to cover into zone. Let's see how many players get converted into the crate part. The bigger question is, does the players of Quettaknigh will allow the players of FTE to make an entry because they have the info. They have got a lot of info because they have attracted a lot of attention. Meanwhile, Bunny has been knocked down by the players of Astro, and Astro sitting in this circle before the shift. They have done some pretty good damage for all those players, all those teams that have tried to make a rotation from that. And with that, Quettaknigh Vampire has also been taken down. So not only that fight, not only the fight into the neighbor Astro, players of Astro are looking to indulge into the fight into a very long areas too. Oh! Exactly. Exactly. You just don't expect such nade to lob in into your side, and this is the game. This is the moment, and you can see those beautiful visuals. This circle is completely in the open area, apart from those small shacks, those wooden house that is being held by the players of Astro. That will be in a contestation sooner or later. But apart from that, all these players are just surviving with the help of haystacks and some of the smokes. But smoke has dissipated. That means Scarlet can be spotted at any moment, and FTE can make an exit. Yes, gentleman, onto his backlane. Thami with that parabolic nade, and yes, that's an exit for Fyme. And with that, one more team makes an exit, and Quettaknigh looking very, very strong because they have just eliminated one more team. But Ocean, look at that circle. That circle away from all these teams. K9 is having the most of the advantageous position. But all these teams like DESfyme, teams like Lost Esports, these teams have to make an entry. One team, FTE, that is also has to make an entry. And only one team in this total 7 team is holding that edge of the circle, and that is of K9. Oh! Exactly, they just didn't have any other option just to make an entry. But with that, K9 Chaudhary comes up with a margin shot and knocks down one more player of Astro. So Astro, they now have to take the fight on its own way. But for now, last player surviving from DESfyme is Strix. He has 1 kill into its name. But no, from the back angle, Believe secures his kill, and that means one more team makes an entry to the lobby. Yes, Leopards only when surviving is the cancer, but for how long will he survive? And yes, he has 3 kills in its name. Bunny and Freaky Devil has been eliminated. For now, they are not in the top of the chart. They just needed a good game, and this can be a game for them. A drop is lying into the dead smack center, I can see, but I can still sense that K9 has the most probability, has the most chances to take this game away from them, but still I can see one player is still being knocked down. Oh! No, 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 no. Exactly, but he just survived to see another nade. But no, LS's unknown nade and things has been finished off. And with that, only 3 teams, 7 men are still alive. And with that, K9 player are onto the back foot as Abdul Quettaknigh players are not allowing to make an entry. And 6 kills have been awarded to them till into this match. And if that drop has been looted, it can be a game for Quettaknigh also. Yes, they have a road between the chicken and the but that road will be obviously a trespass the way the circle is trying to approach, because after that the circle will make a 7th, 8th shift, and that after that it seems that the Quettaknigh's last player Thiami that is surviving, he has to make a desperate entry into zone. Very much a good effort is being trying to be done by Thami in order to ensure that he is not eliminated, but for how long, because unknown, he is looking very deadly. He is just trying to create that flank angle, and from the left hand side, if he spots him down, he can be taken down. This is a 1v3 situation going into the favor, and some emotes that says that they have sensed the chicken dinner. Exactly. Exactly, and this was the game that Lost Esports were actually waiting for. This was the game that the players of the Lost Esports are actually waiting for, and they have got them a chicken in the right start of the match, and this can set the momentum for them. But Quettaknigh, they also had a very good outing, but what about that emote in the last half for believe that this chicken dinner is ours? Exactly. Exactly, and these are the moments that players actually cherish for, because they have brought themselves here, and obviously your guns actually fires at a moment. You utilities, you use mollies, you use first aids, but there is an option also of using that emotes, and at that moment, it was a lovely interpretation of that. Exactly. Yes, and kudos to the guys of Quettaknigh also, because they were just even surviving for a very, very long time. For one time, it seemed that the Gyros player could have pinned them down, but they just emerged victorious from all those fights, and just because of that, they were just able to get that hashtag 2 position, but lost Esports. They just had their numbers on in their favor, and just because of that, we have match ranking on its way. Lost Esports with 15 placement points, 12 kills, and as Ocean said, a total of 27 points into the name, and followed by Quettaknigh with total of 19
Yeah.
points.
Exactly, 19 points for them. But talking about Abdul Hannan, right, 16 points for them as well. Astro X with 10 points. Leopards was out there with 9 points. But BFR with 3, FTE with 4. DESfyme, obviously they are top in the chart, so they don't need to worry about anything with losses. But this is a really good jump for the players.
Yes, teams like Leopards as well, they are having a very good jump. Abdul Hannan also had a very good outing. FT, BFR, so these are the teams that actually on the second half of the chart had a very good game. But a very good match for Lost Esports, man. 12 kills, this is a massive number.
And this is indeed a massive number. But talk about the other teams, right? Erangel, Brekar, DESfyme, PE. Like these teams also did, try to get the best out of themselves for everything. But it went in its own ups and downs. You make mistakes, you don't make mistakes. It just gets into its own thinking. But when talking about the other teams and everything, it has been a good game. But even better are going to be the Oppo F19 Pro movements that are going to be just coming up right on our screens in a while for sure. But talking about these fights and everything, I would say the final open circle kind of just got us the best. And I would love to see that emote in the Oppo moment for sure.
Yes, I'm damn sure that emotes will be there, but this was a first outing, this was a first blood drawn that actually happened in the big city of Pochinki.
It just goes really good onto one thing, and that is you had to watch your back. You knew it, right? The players will be coming out to you to reach out on the fight, and that did happen. And then this fight, getting outside the circle, almost on the George Pool area, another important fight. But from here, LS did really good for themselves.
Yes, Lost Esports were looking very strong right off the bat because they actually gatekeep the situation, and this nade. What about this one?
Exactly. I mean, the survival thing is it just gets onto its own self on a really really good way. We just talk about it, but this is where the overall ranking just comes down to it. 99 points, 98 points, 85 points. But talk about this: 43 points for Rule Breakers and FEE. Pretty close up there.
Neck-to-neck competition is going on between the 7th, 8th position. I'm damn sure when we see the second half of the chart, these neck-to-neck competition will be still in the frame, as there is not much of point difference. And Quettaknigh with that 99 points, had there been a century mark, could have been a different ball game altogether. But they still have 2 matches left, and how to forget DESfyme just 6 matches, and they are just closing down the lead. And before this match, Quettaknigh on the second spot. One bad game, one bad outing for DESfyme has brought down to the second position.
It has definitely been just getting them onto their own position markers, own point markers. We'll have to see how much longer of a hold can these players these teams have for themselves. But 9 to 16 will be having a different story in its own way. Just to look out for a bigger picture as well, a reality check of sorts. First 43 points is where 7th, 8th position teams are. We'll have to look forward to and see through where the other teams just move forward on for themselves, and to look forward to one thing, and that is how do they just plan their upcoming matches.
And if we see, chicken dinners are actually quite very much distributed, because some of the teams haven't got chicken dinner, still holding the hashtag 1 position, and none of the teams in the first half of the chart have secured or been able to secure a double or a triple chicken dinner. That means chicken dinner has been consistently been given to all these teams. And yes, Fyme, DESfyme, the only sole team to have the chicken dinner, still on that hashtag 10th position.
Exactly. They are there for themselves, but moving up forward, it just comes down to one thing, and that is how do these teams, because that 41 point marker for YAC, they can be in the contestation. All they have to do is play their cards right. If they do that, it's just there for themselves.
Yep.
So we'll have to see how does it just go down to everything looking up forward.
and there's not much of point difference. We saw FTE with that 43 points, and then there were some of the teams on the second half of the chart with 38, 41 points. So any good game coming and going into the river, maybe another chicken dinner for Fyme, and with that 15 placement points, or maybe a 5, 6, 6, 7 kill chicken dinner, it can be a game for them, and they can see themselves in the top
Yeah.
half of the chart.
It can be, but talking about that, one will have to look forward to how the upcoming matches is bring down everything to the equation. So we guys will be going
Exactly.
on a really short break. We'll see you after this.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to Karkin. Today, let me guide you on an in-depth understanding of this 4 kilometer humble island. Before stepping into Karkin, you may have already heard about the intimidating Demolition Zone. In Demolition Zone, buildings will be destroyed into smithereens. But rest assured that today's tour will be a safe one. Karkin might be a small island, but the textile industry of the island works as a crucial financial support for the entire island. Our first attraction is Al Haik. Al Haik is a medium-scale town, and people who lived here refine pigments for a living. Then those pigments will be sent to Quettaknigh for dyeing. Skyscrapers are scarce in Al Haik. Compared to other urban areas, there are fewer visitors here, which makes looting easier. It's a perfect choice for a team of 4 in search of adequate equipment supplies. We'll be walking by the sea, and our next attraction will be Quettaknigh, which serves as the port of importing raw materials of Karkin. Imported textiles are dyed in vats filled with multiple colors and distributed to the factories. If you want to choose this place as your landing spot, then it's recommended that 1 to 2 players in your team land in the containers area, as they can easily find combat supplies here and head to the city to support their teammates. In the middle of our journey to Al Habar, we'll be passing by an enclosed warehouse. You will need to use sticky bomb to blast the walls that look less solid to get in. There's always something nice in here. But be careful, as one might not want to hide behind those walls during combat, because those unmaintained walls can be easily penetrated with just a touch, making you susceptible to attacks from enemies and exposing you to dangers. The next stop is Al Habar, which is the largest urban area in Karkin. There are many residents, hence the numerous high-rising residences. No doubt this place will be a popular spot in the future. Our next attraction is the port city of Bar Shahir, which stores and exports goods of Karkin. This is the perfect spot to search for weapons, making it my personal favorite. Next up is the city of the West, Bashara. It was a city congested with residents, with tall buildings providing convenience in observing the surrounding movements. Just make sure not to lose your directions here. Our final destination is the cargo ship, located at the southwest corner of the map. This ship has been idle here for forever, and has already been abandoned. Yet there are still goods that remained here. However, due to the gigantic size of the cargo ship and the containers, this place no doubt becomes a place to rumble. Don't you feel the excitement already just thinking of it? Besides these urban areas, Karkin also houses many such little buildings. Rumor has it that there's another passage beneath these buildings, as well as a huge space beneath Karkin. Well, it's up to you, believe them or not. Alright, your Karkin tour is now closing its curtains. Looking forward to seeing you next time. Yeah, we got it. We did it. I know you'll be there for me.
I'll always be here for you.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello everyone and welcome to Pubg Campus Championship Pakistan by Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag book up your fun. My name is Ocean. Alongside me is Ankit. So let's see now. We are done with one match for this group as well. The upcoming two matches
Exactly.
are just around the corner. Sanhok is going to be one of them. So let's see what this Sanhok actually brings up to the table for sure.
I'm waiting for some of the actions that actually happened in the first half of the day, where we just saw some of the actions right off the bat, and obviously, Sanok, we expect the game to be very much fast paced, but sometimes it happens that the game doesn't go at that pace, and for that, some
Yeah.
teams would actually be looking to secure some of the kill. For example, teams like FTE on that deadline on that position that the teams would actually be not wanting them for. FT, let's talk about this team. We saw this team actually having a very good outing. They secured very much good kill point. They were looking very good, but somewhere down the line, it seemed that they were too aggressive, and just because of that, they were punished for a moment or so.
Definitely, I mean, it just goes down to it. But well, talking about this one match, we'll be having the flight path right in front of our screens right now. About now, from the sides of dogs to Harthen, we can see the plane path, boot camp, query, will be good areas. But as like it's every area is accessible and glidable. Wherever you want to go, you can just enter onto those areas right now.
Exactly. Irrespective of the flight path, it doesn't matter where the flight path goes from where to where and it ends where. But from Docks to Hathin, that means the map is divided well and good in the two half from east to west. But obviously, teams would be going down to the city, to the place, to their favorite drop location where they want to. For now, it seems that at the boot camp, DES are trying to drop. If not, let's see which team would actually aggress. But Painan can be a place of contestation where Gyro and K9 are actually converging onto the camp Alpha
Oh.
Island. We can see LS and the teams of FTE trying to aggress by Fyme. The place has been occupied. I'm talking about Paradise Resort.
This is the similar circle as we have seen like two times in a row for the Sanhok match. So
Exactly.
I mean, if these teams have been looking onto those matches, they might just know what to do and how to play this one. Right now, boot camp is at the center of the circle. Yesterday, we saw the zone shifting down to the left-hand side, the camp Alpha Island. Today, in the first game, we saw the circle shifting down to the southern side of boot camp. This game, maybe it will stay at the areas around boot camp. Obviously, we'll have to see for that and look out for that. How does that happen and matter altogether?
I would love to see a circle going down to the area of query. We haven't seen a circle till date in this whole competition. If that goes to the query area, I'll be more interested. But I am also more interested in a fight that will actually break out in a moment or two at the area of Painan.
Probably right. Yeah. Again, that still just comes down to own contestation as for what is going to be happening up slowly and steadily. When we'll be just moving up forward, looking up forward to everything as we will be just talking about it. So let's see how that just goes down in its own contestation. But right now, if we talk about it, with every team just finding out their own areas, own looks for the survival. Let's see how the teams survive.
So Astro had a very good game in the last match. K9, they were punished when they were trying to make an entry from the Asnaya Poliana area. They were just caught in the open. In this game, they just need a good outing because for now they are not in a very good position. Let's just talk about the top 8 or top 7 position. So this is a game that actually they need to go into their favor. They need to go into their way because after this, only one opportunity left for them.
Yeah, definitely. It's just one opportunity that will be left for these players just to look forward to themselves. So we'll see how that happens for these players. if it does, and how the players just look forward to their own contestations if it just goes down to it. So maybe we'll have to just look forward to it. Mama meanwhile trying to spot down a few players, and let's see if he becomes successful in spotting down. He does though, and with that QBU trying to take down a shot has just 4 bullets. Might be a bad thing, and yes, it will be, as he will be taken down. His bullets did empty. His bullets run out.
Exactly, he was just exhausted with the bullets out there, but Mamba would soon be finished off, it seems. But no, from another angles, Orion's Regal player has given the trade knock that the team actually wanted for, and it becomes important for this match to go into their favor because the last match was also a bad outing, and Orion, if this game go against their favor, they can be in a situation where they can face the elimination.
Definitely, it will be into the situation only where they will be facing up the elimination for themselves. We'll have to see if that elimination is avoided by any chance, by any way, by any sort. So let's see how that just goes down with everything. But right now, with everything in the hand, Knockfinish isn't going to move forward to knock and finish Knockfinish down. And but looks like he's looking very confident by doing that.
Exactly, he just knocked down 2 other players. And what were these players actually doing? They could have done something else, but they just lost a bit of time. But Knockfin is trying to revive the player so that Mamba will be onto his feet. But Tiger OP, he is knowing the angle where these players are aligned. A nade straight onto the face of this opening of this shack or the wooden shack can do the game. But does Knockfinish have heard the footstep of Tiger OP? The answer is no, because they are looking at another angle. But the best part for Orion is that all they are 4 men strong, and the final kill, yes, has been confirmed, but still 1 player is left onto the back lines and behind the drop.
They definitely are 4 men strong right now, gathering kill by kill, and slowly and steadily they can have a few more kill numbers to their own advantage. But we'll have to see if they can get that or not, because still trying to spot him out, but does not know. That's the beauty of Sanhok, right? The danger lies ahead of you, but you can't sniff it out. So that's the beauty of it.
Exactly.
And the players again just staying out there, but now have they spotted them up? Have they spot? Amrika's moving up forward. There's Tiger still lying onto the grass roots, but he knows it, but that was a mistake. That was a mistake overcommitting at that moment.
The moment Orion's player was there onto the rock place, they still didn't have any idea that the last player of their opponent enemy was still out there. But finally, they were taken down as one team faces elimination just in the first 5 minutes of the map. But this is a fight that I am having my eye upon. Astro up against the players of K9 into the city of Pindan.
Yeah, I mean, Astro just at that area against Blizz Kane, and look at that, the Proibers being used to its own perfection. They are just trying really good for themselves, but let's see if it just brings out the best result, and the best result they need is the squad wipe. Let's see if they are able to do that or not,
Yep.
maybe they will be. I mean, it just comes down to the understanding of how they'll be playing it up.
Yes, and the players are still waiting for an opening. Before that, they just not try to be very much aggressive, because after the opening, that creates a ruckus into the situation, and that also brings the opposing team brought down to 3 plays down, and that gives them an advantage. But talking about the advantage, which team can have their hands upon the orc? That can be a very advantageous gun. But for now, it's Hannan. Location has been revealed. He just tried to take some of the shots onto the Astro Killers player, but eventually he also received some of the shots. For now, he will be healing himself up, but still the fight is in a stalemate.
Yeah, it is in that stalemate on its own self. So let's see if we see the fights moving up forward or not. Because again, you can maybe fake out a few fights just here and there, just trying to get the information, but still that's not happening as of now.
And yes, they're still trying to spot down each other player just to ensure that none of the players would be taken down. And this is actually a very good move. This is actually a very mature gameplay that we are actually witnessing. And I didn't expect this maturity at this very level, because this is the first time they are getting this opportunity to showcase of themselves. But I'm impressed with the way the lads are actually planning out their game for themselves.
They are definitely trying to get out a decent game for themselves. But right now, Kane and the players are just out here. Tyrant as well, and Tyrant has good M4 on his own hands. But surely, this was what I was going to talk about, right? He has an M16. a gun that has a really good use, especially in this kind of a map, right? You can use a maybe a 4 times or a 6 times, and can use it as an alternative to a DMR, which you might have been using otherwise, alongside an M4. M4 and M16 gets a really good combination for its own self. Well, he has an AK and an M16, still a really good combination. So I love it. So yeah, pretty good.
Yep, this can be a very good combination. As for now, M16 M4, we have seen some players using, and this this is still into the fashion where players actually try out with this combination. But for now, it seems that the player of K9 have realized that this fight can go against them, and that's just because of that they are trying to retreat from the city of Painan. But where to? Where to? That's the bigger question, because the way here Quettaknigh are up alliance against DESfyme, this is also looking a deadly fight against them.
There definitely is just looking up as a deadly fight against the players for sure. We'll have to see if it just gets down to its maximum and good utilization altogether. So let's see how the things just pan out altogether. Big quick onto the backsides. They are again they are 3-man squad. So we'll just have to see how they play this one, because previous games they were at the second position. This time we need to get even better.
Yes, they just need to secure some of the good position. In the last game, they just had some #2 position. If they could have converted that into the #1 position, obviously some points could have actually gathered by them. And obviously, one more chicken dinner a tally would have been added onto their name. For now, it's they are trying to back off because they just realized that this fight could have gone against them. But with that being said, LS Unknown goes down as FTE players come into the action, and also MK14 as it is being dropped by the second airdrop on its way.
Definitely, MK is also another good gun. If you just want to talk about good guns altogether, because we love to see chaos, and MK40 kind of is the second name of chaos for sure.
Yup, this is a chaotic gun as far as we have seen, and we have seen some players actually doing wonders. Last day, we saw some of the players, obviously one player that actually used that MK14 with that extended in the map of Miramar if Ocean. You remember that fight where that actually panned out, where we saw the circle of Torre Humada and MK14 was in action.
Yeah, MK14 was there in the action for sure, but you get that double usage with this one,
Exactly.
like that DMR, and so I kind of love watching this gun to be in its own use.
Yes, this becomes a double-edged sword where actually you get all those knocks into your way, and you can obviously take those close range fight. And not only just that, that gun has that very massive damage count. As we talk about the damage count,
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But talking about this one right now, as the circle is just moving up forward again, the areas around bootcamp, DESfyme, like the players are out there, but the Fyme squad, the second DESfyme squad that's onto the backsides of bootcamp, they also want to get in and get a good safety cushion for themselves. Let's see how it just goes down to its own self. As the players are trying to move forward with their own selves as well. Let's see how that just comes down to it, and slowly and steadily, the players are just getting onto their own areas. Let's see how the fights go down.
yes, we can soon see a cluster being developed on the area of boot camp and around to the area of Paradise Resort, because some teams are trying to make an entry, for example, from LC, LS. These are the teams trying to make an entry from the eastern and the western side. Fyme still sitting at the dead smack center. DES having a good compound, obviously the boot camp area. But let's see if any team aggresses towards it. I can see K9 trying to go towards the players of DES that are in the area of bootcamp. I would actually love if a fight gets erupted, and I would more love the situation if a team backstabs or sandwiches any situation into that.
Yeah, that's right, right. But as of now, again, the zone slowly and steadily just that slow circle of death just moving up forward onto its own. So let's see how that just goes down. But Astro's players already from Pinan's areas, they are also just trying to move forward. K9 onto the backsides right now. RB, they also have to just get onto their own areas, onto their own holds. FTE as well, just trying to move up forward slowly and steadily. Fyme onto the backsides as well. So the cluster again, that cluster being called up onto the center lines.
Exactly, and some of the fights are being. It seems that they are on right onto the edge of the circle, as we can see. Astro trying to make an entry, RB trying to make an entry, and Quettaknigh just trying to clear their back just in order to ensure that they won't be backstabbed. But sooner or later, we can see a fight being developed. For now, this is a calmness, maybe a storm that can be followed up by this, and I'm damn sure because we are into the 13th minute. Sooner or later, after 5-10 seconds, we can see the clock ticking, and the 13-minute clock will be ticked, and after that we can see some of the deadly fight. And yes, 13 minute has been crossed, and still 37 players and 10 teams are still alive.
Yeah, and the players are just there. So we'll have to see how that just, gets forward on its own. So look at that, just, trying to spot down the players. Strix is there, Seksi is there, Peter on the backsides as well. So yeah, it's just going to be, looking up really good. But Salban on the backside, Killer as well. And so these players, I would love to see what they can do, because last time they were just, hunted down and taken down in the open circles. Now
Yeah.
when they have time to move forward, they're rotating good. But by the looks of it, it does look like that they're rotating all alone by themselves, which might be a bad thing because they'll be taken down solo by solo.
Exactly, and they're just trying to ensure that from the backhand side, no players are left, and if there are any other players left, let's just try to capitalize and maximize onto the kill, because for now they have not indulged into themselves in a fight, and just because of that, they are having that zero kill tally onto the name. But Panda, Astro, Killer, all two onto the other side, and obviously Salman, the third man of that squad, onto the other angle. But look at this. Lost Esports after that last match. They are still looking strong. Squads can be any moment put down. And yes, unknown. Again, that trigger discipline that we talk about. No, 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 no. This is not the way you try to make an entry. Bunny OP eventually has also been taken down. And this has also brought down to the single player surviving from there. And that's Cancer.
It gets down to its own self with each and every fight. So yeah, let's just look forward, and let's just see how the things just move forward as they are moving up forward to take the players down. Iconic believe just again just moving forward onto themselves, and they are trying to get everything onto their own areas. And by the looks of it, I would say it's looking decent, but Iconic has been taken down.
Yes, Iconic has been taken down as Bunny OP just trying to retaliate and react to the situation. But a nade and a molly could have been a deadly and a lethal spot for them. But no, he has been saved because that nade just got deflected. But no, a pixel is what Cancer needed, and Uzair has been put down. And it seems that Unknown is the only player. So a fight that could have gone their way has gone against them eventually.
Yeah, it has just gone against them. Cancer's just out there, and again, just talking about it. Unknown has to move forward as well. Uzair is on lowish. Only that bleed out obviously is going to be just taking up on a lot of time. But now Cancer was spotted, and he was just spotted down, but still no shot being taken down to him.
Exactly, but I'm impressed with the way Cancer and Bunny reacted this situation, and this is the moment they are just trying to flush off all those things. But he is onto the crosshair. He can do a mistake of revealing himself, but he just did that. But Unknown, he is knowing that he just also need one more good game. A chicken dinner in the last match would not eventually help them in a longer run, because all the other teams are trying to make an entry, and just because of that, he just not sprayed any shot just to ensure that none of the location would be revealed. But defaulters location was revealed as K9 players are taking them one by one down. And yes, Chaudhary makes the kill confirmation, and that kill goes on to the name of K9.
Well, yes, they do enjoy their first kill right now, but we'll have to look forward and move forward to see how many more of a kill number can they just slowly and steadily just take on for themselves. So yeah, let's see how that just happens. Well, Hannan is just out there, and again just trying to move forward and see the players. Reback is on longer side of obviously cannot spot him down, but still they're trying to look forward to every angle.
Yes, and we just witnessed 2-2 split. That was a split that K9 is actually looking for. Let's see how they are going to capitalize. But what we are seeing is a very deadly fight onto the boot camp, and it's surrounding. Three teams have been aligned. DESfyme, the two lineup with almost the same name, and one more team, Quettaknigh, up aligns against them. This can be a fight of the day.
This definitely can be a fight of the day, just to see how the fight goes down. Zest is out there, Easy onto the backside, Predator as well, Strix as well. So the main problem right now will be to move forward into the circle if they can, or maybe onto the boot camp area if they can. If they cannot, it just brings out a lot of questions for their own self to look forward to what is going to be happening up, how the fight's going to be just moving up forward and looking up forward. We'll have to see how that just happens slowly and steadily.
But I was more interested to see how DES would actually save their fortress if that is on a breach, if that is on a way that teams are actually trying to make an entry. So it becomes important that DES trying to make a drop, and we have seen these teams regularly taking a drop onto the area of boot camp, and how well they know all these compounds, how well they all know these angles. This can be a fight that can actually go onto their favor.
Definitely can be a fight that can actually just go in their favor. We will have to, see through it how these fights slowly and steadily move forward in some way. It will once and for all, it will just move forward. So let's see how the things just carry on forward. Ghost is out here. Astro Salman just sitting onto the lower side as well. They can spot it now. This is where we saw last time Sanhok as well fights happening. So again, the history is repeating up.
Yes, history is repeating up, and this is the other teams. Last time, the team that actually held this mini tower emerged victorious, and on the receiving end, if I'm not wrong, it was G69.
Exactly. But K9 onto the backsides as well. Again, just trying to spot down the players. Astro's out there, but Panda from a good, Salman from a good back angle can take one player down. But Chaudhary is also even further onto that area. So it's a sandwich by the same players on the same team, and they are just trying to take each other down right now.
Exactly,
Astrola has
but
been taken down. Yeah.
yep, Chaudhary with that knock, and on to another angle. FT Paraboys takes one more player down, but it seems that K9 players are trying to aggress and trying to push down one by one player down. But Salman just a bullet away from being knocked off.
Yes. They just onto a lower amount, getting knocked off right now. But Kenan, still they are just trying to find out the Salman's just out there. He has spotted down that his player needs to be holding for that thing. Might be a wrong decision. And as he has been just spotted out around, and now he can't even go back. He cannot go back. Surely, he needs to heal. He needs to heal up.
Yes, it seems that he is just falling short and being exhausted with those medics and all, but he just need to seek from his teammates. But Ghost, what are you doing? You just noticed the area where Salman held, but repeating the same mistake, he has been punished as Ghost has been straight away sent to the lobby. And with this, Salman trying to make a backward run, but this has been sensed by Hannan, and he can also take this player down at any moment.
He can take him down. Though, but Chaudhary again, still now he has healed up. That's a good thing for himself. But Salman, he knows he has been spotted down. He knows he has been pinned sit down. He knows he has stayed there. But all right, look at this. Salman has been taken down as well. But Salman goes down right now. The perfect bait was created. But the thing is, it's the fourth circle. Are you going to go and revive your teammate? What sort of a decision is Chaudhary and Karen going to take up right now? They're going to go for the finish as well. Obviously, getting that one kill for themselves and the two for the team. Will the revive happen? That's the question now.
It seems that revival might not happen because we are into the fifth zone, as circles will be giving them very much damage. But yes, Chaudhary also go down with the help of play zone, and that kill has been secured by Shoaib OP. So some kill stealing is also in its way.
It definitely is on its own way. Revac, meanwhile, still just staying onto the backsides. Obviously, Scarlet is with Revac right now. But the thing is, they can gatekeep this area. But for how long can they gatekeep this area? Because in 15 seconds, the circle has come down right now. And they are spotting down. They know both the players are onto two different rocks with their own covers as of now. But how will they move forward? Talk about it, right? Because if you just look forward, where Scarlet has been spotted down, will be taking a few shots on themselves. But now moving on to a safety question. But still, there are more things that Scarlet is on the backside of that area. Only Tarrant is out in the open. He's taken down, and there is Revac secures that one kill. And alongside that, even look at that, the players have been taken down. Slowly and still, the kills are coming up onto Revac's back as he gets to the third kill, but he'll be taken down. That leaves Scarlet once again the lone survivor.
Exactly, Scarlet becomes this lone survivor and still trying to dish out some of the damage as Revac is the revival, but still the fight is in a still miss situation. But Quetta, they are not gonna hold themselves up for a long as they tries to make a push, and a successful push till now it seems, apart from that knock that Tommy has received from the teammate.
Yeah, they have definitely just had the knocks for themselves. Well, Izio just out there trying to spot down the players, and they do spot him down. One shot, all right, that takes one player down as well. The other one is just out there, and then again will be taken down. That was good. Izio takes care of every situation for his own self, and now Izio still surviving, still staying on the backlines, but the circle has moved away from them. So all they have to do is just use his sprinkles and then run forward onto the circle, because they know there are players that might as well contest the zone right in front of their eyes.
Cancer has seen all those shots. He has all the info. And the moment DES player tries to make an entry into the zone, does they know that one player from LC is still there? Is still there? He can bite them down the moment they try to make an entry into the zone.
It can just happen onto its own lower sides, or talking about the fight. So let's see how the fights just keep on happening slowly and steadily, just moving up forward. But talking about these fights as of now, you can see Bunny just out there trying to create a good angle for his teammate to get inside the circle. That's a really good synergistic gameplay. But we are down to 5 teams, and out of those, there are 2 teams that are inside the circle. But does Bunny know that he can be backstabbed, because there's a team right onto the backsides of him, and that's going to be so. But the thing is, he's inside the water, so it might as well not
Exactly.
be that good thing to talk about it. Yeah.
Exactly, but the bigger question is, how is gonna DES make an entry, as they are up against, sooner or later they will be up against their name with the other lineup, because these teams have almost the same lineup, but we have a difference in the performance in the competition that they have still now carried on for them. But because of this, Ezio trying to make an entry, can this snaking movement, can this proning action go against them, as Ahmed has been taken down, and Ezio, after that 2 kill, he has initiated 2 knocks straight away onto the players of DES.
Well, the players will be taken down for sure. It has to just go like that. But talk about the smokes being used, the utilities being used now. This is move forward easier as well. He has a Thompson, an incredible gun in the meta right now. You can use those 50 bullets in the correct utilization for yourself. But now we'll have to see what can be done out of these situations. As we talk about it, is already the fights have been taken down. Gentleman has been taken down as well. He's trying to spot on this. He survives barely, but no, he gets taken down with the last bullet onto the contestation. Shikar is out there ready to hunt down his opponents. Let's see if that can be done or not, as he has to survive for his own self.
Exactly, but the location has been revealed of DES. If they doesn't have any smoke, it will be a difficult situation. But Cancer is very close to Toma. If Toma anyhow picks himself up onto the rock, he can go down. But no, Cancer has been pulled down, as RB's Toma with that good angle, with that good IQ gameplay, takes him down into the area where it was only and only water and some rock that actually gave them a stand at able.
It can be a thing that's right spot. One there will be taken down, and now the confirmation comes on. Goes for a reload, yes or no? Oh, yes, does. There's 1 kill confirmed, and now moving on to the backside again and again. They know that the robots are being thrown down onto the direction, so they don't want to move on that direction for sure. Does not have a backpack, so if the bullets run out, that will be the last of the bullets that will be seen from Scarlet.
Exactly. 4 teams, 4 different players. That means 1v1v1v fight. 4 teams into the last circle. Scarlet, how many times have we seen these guys surviving till the last end?
A lot of times that Scarlet has actually just gotten the game for themselves. So that's just a good thing. But talk about this. Toma has been taken down by the players, and obviously wasn't the water lines, could not
Exactly.
climb up from that area. Now it's a 1v1v1 situation. Anything can happen. You don't have someone that can revive you right now. You don't have someone that can give you the information right now. All you need to do is survive by your own self. Shikari moving up forward. Bunny, can Bunny spot down Shikari? Or will Shikari spot down Bunny? By the looks of it, he has spotted down one player. Maybe a movement of something has been spotted down. Now he knows, he's confirmed about that. Takes one down, has 6 kills. Scarlet has 1 kill. Will Scarlet up the ante? Will Scarlet up the ante at this moment? Or will Shikari take the 7th for himself? 4 kills for the team of Scarlet. Can they get 1 more? Make it a 5-kill game for themselves. Otherwise, they've had good placement points. This is where it comes down to. No one's going to move anywhere. No one's going to give out their location. Scarlet's inside the circle. Talk about Shikari. He has a comfortable spot as well. 8th zone closing up right now.
Yes, both the teams, both the players are into the zone, and they are just waiting for that dead circle to come in. But before that, Scarlet has removed all his backpack. All he has is that AKM and obviously 1 more gum onto his back end. But Shikari, he knows that Scarlet is onto the way, and just because of that, he is just trying to spot down that any moment any pixel is spotted, I will give a spray of AKM straight onto your face. And now is the moment. Circle will be making a shift in a moment or two.
30 seconds, less than 30 now. Talk about it. 20 seconds. That's where the 9th circle is coming up right now. You can talk about it, right? Scarlet's out there, and obviously Shikari. Both of the players are trying to get down the best of everything. Less than 10 seconds. The clock's going to go down, and with that, the fight as well. AKM obviously is going to be a really dangerous gun to take down the damage if it just comes down to that. Well, we'll have to see what Shikari does against this one, as he has to take down everything. He had a 3-time scope last time we saw about it, so let's see if that comes down to its usage. Scarlet, meanwhile, just moving on to the left-hand side. That's a really good movement right now, because
Exactly.
talking about that, they'll be having a good cover. But right now, Shikari as well, who has to spot down the other player. Can they take him down? No revival, no second chances. It's a 1v1 situation in the final circle. Shikari and Scarlet. Scarlet's looking on the wrong direction. Shikari can take him down, but no, Scarlet! Scarlet does it! Scarlet does the best out of everything, getting that chicken dinner for themselves.
Yes, and with that chicken, FTE with one more chicken onto the name, and Scarlet doing wonders, doing thing that the team actually went before the match actually started. And how many times we were just talking about this, how many times Scarlet has actually helped the team to rescue in that tough situation one more time. And not only just that, some kills and that 15 placement point. That was an amazing gameplay coming from the map of Tropical Rainforest and obviously Sanhok.
That was amazing. Sanhok was amazing. 1v1 for the final fight. And, it was a 1v1v1 affair, though, like all
Exactly.
the teams having the singular players onto the survival. But still, it just comes down to who spots whom first and who takes the other person down. All together, we saw a fight that was a treat to the eyes to watch as together. And one of the best moments was this final fight in its own self. And this, obviously, again, is going to put a big pressure onto the teams that are not on the first table to do better on the final game. Otherwise, it just takes everything away from them.
Exactly. After this will be the final of it, final fight where we'll be seeing all these teams from Group 8 actually converging upon onto the barren island of Miramar. But before that, one good game onto the way of FTE. They must be very happy because Scarlet has again come victorious for them as a team.
Exactly. Scarlet did really good getting those placement points and obviously those numbers for themselves, and it just gets the best out of everything. You
Yep.
saw it here only the way it just went down. But let's have a look at the match rankings as well to talk about more of these things. As DESfyme, they are just out here with 11, but talk about FTE, 5 kills, getting them 20 points, and that chicken dinner, that's going to be looking really good on the wall for them.
Yes, they must be looking very good. We'll see once the overall ranking on its way. But Leopards also having a good game, and DES other lineup that is of Fyme. So one meta has been common. The match that DESfyme goes onto the way. The other lineup also performs pretty well.
They do, perform really well on their own self altogether. But not talking about everything that's just going on for the fight. Let's see how the fight just get down onto it, because Orion, Quettaknigh, like these teams were looking for themselves, and they are indeed just doing everything for themselves. But from 23 to 3 is what the placement is what the total points jump has been. For Abdul Hannan,
Yeah.
they have 3 points. For DESfyme, they have 23 points.
Yes, this is the point difference that we are witnessing, because all these skills, all these teams have actually aggravated and accumulated onto them. This brought us down to Astro X with just total 2 points, lost Esports with 2 points, and BFR 1 point. So these are the teams that actually missed out their mark in this map of Sanhok. One more action, one more opportunity will be given to them. But before that, total overall ranking, I'll be waiting for that.
Exactly, but after this one, we'll have to see and have a look at the OPPO moments as well to look forward to what happened onto the fight. I mean, talk about this, right? The QBU action just coming into the equation, but the players being taken down, not finished, trying to do everything and obviously getting those knocks and the finishes all together. But then there was obviously that one player survival, as long as he tried to survive, was taken down as well, and so many fights happening onto the other areas altogether.
Yes, and Orion actually emerging victorious from the fight, eliminating 4 players. But I'm still surprised because they just had a very good outing, and this was the moment they were taken down. And I'm talking about K9 players. They were trying to take one player down of Astro X. So today, Astro X are not looking that good, that they have been actually performing in the top half of the table, top half of the tournament. But today, they are just looking off-colored.
They are, I would say, in a way or two, maybe, just maybe not. Also depends, how they are playing, and by the looks of it, they are playing decent for themselves. But this is where the final fight just went down, spotting down players, taking them down. altogether, and we saw it just entering in its own way. Talk about the way, right? FTE, they have made it to the sixth position, 63 points. Fyme with 61, BFR with 57. So altogether, I would say it's still a close affair in its own self. But the team that is at the top, DESfyme, they have 109 points. Quettaknigh with 105.
So yes, with this game in action, two teams have got the century mark, and DESfyme and Quettaknigh have hit that century mark. And look at that, it's just 7 match, 1 match lesser than Quettaknigh, and they are still on the #1 position. And that is just because of that you see one chicken dinner onto the name. And not only that, Astro X 87 points, Lost Esports 73 points, Leopards 68 points, FTE 63, and the other lineup of DES onto the first half of the chart. Rule Breakers are on the 9th position for now.
Yeah, exactly. It just goes down to it, and we'll have to see how it just keeps on moving forward onto its own self with the fights and everything. Rule Breakers, I mean, they'll have to do something out of the blue if they want to just witness a good gameplay for them. So let's see if they do it or not altogether, and we'll have to just wait for that for a while. And once that happens,
Exactly.
maybe, just maybe they can make up their own destiny.
Exactly. The teams onto the 9th and 10th position are still looking strong, and they can also make a comeback, because one game is all what you need to change your destiny, to narrate a script that can actually go in the way, and that can be a narrative set up in the last map of Miramar.
Exactly. And now, with this one game out of the equation, we are going to be moving on forward with the last game just out there. So for that, guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be seeing you
Exactly.
after this.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to Karkin. Today, let me guide you on an in-depth understanding of this 4 km humble island. Before stepping into Karkin, you may have already heard about the intimidating demolition zone. In demolition zone, buildings will be destroyed into smithereens. But rest assured that today's tour will be a safe one. Karkin might be a small island, but the textile industry of the island works as a crucial financial support for the entire island. Our first attraction is Al Haik. Al Haik is a medium-scale town, and people who lived here refine pigments for a living. Then those pigments will be sent to Quettaknigh for dyeing. Skyscrapers are scarce in Al Haik. Compared to other urban areas, there are fewer visitors here, which makes looting easier. It's a perfect choice for a team of 4 in search of adequate equipment supplies. We'll be walking by the sea, and our next attraction will be Quettaknigh, which serves as the port of importing raw materials of Karkin. Imported textiles are dyed in vats filled with multiple colors and distributed to the factories. If you want to choose this place as your landing spot, then it's recommended that 1 to 2 players in your team land in the containers area, as they can easily find combat supplies here and head to the city to support their teammates. In the middle of our journey to Al Habar, we'll be passing by an enclosed warehouse. You will need to use sticky bomb to blast the walls that look less solid to get in. There's always something nice in here. But be careful, as one might not want to hide behind those walls during combat, because those unmaintained walls can be easily penetrated with just a touch, making you susceptible to attacks from enemies and exposing you to dangers. The next stop is Al Habar, which is the largest urban area in Karkin. There are many residents, hence the numerous high-rising residences. No doubt this place will be a popular spot in the future. Our next attraction is the port city of Bar Shahir. which stores and exports goods of Karkin. This is the perfect spot to search for weapons, making it my personal favorite. Next up is the City of the West, Bashara. It was a city congested with residents, with tall buildings providing convenience in observing the surrounding movements. Just make sure not to lose your directions here. Our final destination is the cargo ship, located at the southwest corner of the map. This ship has been idle here for forever, and has already been abandoned. Yet there are still goods that remained here. However, due to the gigantic size of the cargo ship and the containers, this place no doubt becomes a place to rumble. Don't you feel the excitement already just thinking of it? Besides these urban areas, Karkin also houses many such little buildings. Rumor has it that there's another passage beneath these buildings, as well as a huge space beneath Karkin. Well, it's up to you, believe them or not. Alright, your Karkin tour is now closing its curtains. Looking forward to seeing you next time.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Pubgmobile Campus Championship Pakistan 2021 by Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. My name is Ocean, alongside me is Ankit, and obviously we will be moving on to the final match of the day to look forward to what the weather it is like on the map of Miramar, because obviously it's going to be really difficult for the players to move forward to. Let's see how they play.
Yes, we have seen some players actually starving and craving for those placement points, and obviously this last map of Miramar actually settled things up, because this is the last opportunity obviously for all these groups, and this is no more different, because this will be the last game for Group 8 to be played on this barren island onto this desert of Miramar, where the Group 8 players will be colliding, and we'll see once this is done the top 7 top 8 teams that obviously will be aggressing for the further tournament and for the second phase. But for now, it's seen that some players, some teams are still missing that mark and are not able to hold that top position.
Obviously, the map will be right in front of us. The match will be right in front of us in a while, though. But alongside that, it just gets to me onto one conversation. That is the point differences. It's not a lot, so we'll have to see what the team do.
Exactly.
But with that being said, the map is right in front of us, and from Latvia to Puerto Parasio, you can be seeing the flight path.
Yes, from Ladrilla to Puerto Parasio, that means again the city of Los Leones can be in our contestation. The same flight path, I guess, we just witnessed in the early half of the day.
Yeah, and with that, I would love to say the same circle do we get as we witnessed on the earlier day or not. I mean, it just gets down to that as well. The conversation for that, it will be there, but we'll have to see what happens as the players and everyone will be moving up forward on their own drop locations, and alongside that, the zones.
Yes, we'll have to wait for that. But as we were talking about the point difference between the teams, so Rule Breakers onto the 43 points with 7 position, and FTE also with that 43 total points and 7th position. The only thing that is separating between Rule Breakers and FTE is that one chicken dinner going into the favor of Rules Breaker.
Yeah, I mean, those were the stuff that that was just happening onto its own self altogether. So let's see how the things move forward onto its own self, and with that, we'll have to see how the players just move forward. Because now it's just one thing, that is to see the circle, the first zone or something else together, and the word circle and zone just goes down to its own self. So maybe let's have a look. In a while,
Yes.
in a while. Okay. So
Oh,
this
yes.
one, this is going to be onto the center lines of Chumacera and Los Leones for sure. So let's see.
If that happens, it can be a very good fight because for now it seems that Astro holding the hashtag 3 position with 85 points are onto the city of Chumasera, and Los Leones again occupied by K9. In the last week we saw how these teams actually were trying to make a rotation and trying to make the most of it from the city of Los Leones. They were actually very much successful in do that. For now, K9 has to have a very good game because they are not in the top half of the chart, and if the game goes against them for now, they can miss the mark. But El Pozo is also a place where the cities and the players are trying to lose. So some of the beautiful visuals coming up from the map of Miramar, and it seems that Zesty from DESfyme is DC.
Yeah, I mean, that just happens sometimes, right? But now talking about this one, Pekar is going to be a good area for good decision and fights, and we'll be seeing those fights just happening right around the corner for sure. So let's see how the fights just take its own self, its own shape, its own stuff. So it's just going to be just moving up forward.
Yes, so Quettaknigh up against the players of Lost Esports. We have seen this battle again going in for a long time because the same teams were actually up against each other in the map of Sanhok, and this can be a game for obviously Lost Esports or maybe Quettaknigh. Quettaknigh having a very good momentum in the past, are trying to converge very closer towards them, but Quettaknigh, yes, they are with a total 99 position, topping the chart up against the players of Lost Esports. Let's see how they are going to react to the situation.
We will see how they're going to be just reacting onto the situation and with everything, how they're going to be just taking up on their own fights, because early skirmishes they might just happen and they might just change the pace of the game altogether. So maybe not. Let's just have a look onto the fights and to see where do the teams go for, like do they rotate,
Yep.
because there will be times when teams will be getting to know that it's not their fight to take. So how are they going to be just moving forward to those things are going to be just into the questions.
So, City of Pecado has been in area of contestation for a long because every map we see, every match we see in Miramar, we see one, at least two teams dropping in the area of Pecado. So, this has become an area, a favorite area for most of the teams to actually drop off.
Yeah, it has just become a decent area for the team to drop off, but it has become a decent area to take the fights as well as Believe goes down right now. And Tiami from that area can take those fights. Big on the backside as well, and is just trying to take up his own fights as well. But the thing is, now they do read it that Tiami is onto the top of their building. So I would love to see if he drops down, how will he drop down, and how will he take the fights.
Yes, this can be a fight for them because you can see Dick Big and Thami onto the Thami onto the other hand, and he has been also spotted down as Uzair with his AKM, and obviously 28 bullets has done some of the detrimental damage onto him. Let's see if this fight goes against their way because for now it's your team number Lost Esports are also have also again 4 men strong because they have given the revival.
Definitely, they are forming strong as of now, and they are trying to find out the good area for themselves. And obviously, they are taking decent fights for themselves. Let's see what happens as Unknown is just out there on the backside. I believe as well. Uzair as well. Iconic. Well, if Iconic spots down the army, it's game over for him. They can't even go to revive him.
Exactly, and at that moment he will suffocate, and obviously he would want his team to obviously give him the revival. But in that situation, it becomes important to not lose the confidence, to not lose the hold. But it seems that Tham Tiami is trying to go on to this second compound with some of the parkour action that we have seen in the past, and the same is being repeated by the players. And they knew how to obviously utilize the compounds, how to use all these concrete covers as in the best way they can.
Yeah, I mean that's nice, that's needed, and that will be just like nothing taken away from them for sure into every fight. Let's see how the fights just go down as the Harmony is onto the backside as well, and those are the Iconics out. So all the players onto the backside for themselves, and still, so this fight it was supposed to break down. It did break down for a
Yep.
few minutes, but after that, again, that slow skirmish, it just arrives altogether. You can.
Yup, and maybe this just because the Quetta Esports are just 3 men strong. Yes, and that's just because of that. Uzair, he has still again revealed his position, and just because of that, he has been brought down to 20 HP. So, continuous damage has been inflicted by the players of Quetta Esports. For now, they have been successfully pincering down the players of Lost Esports, and just because of that, even being 4 men strong, they have not been able to pincer down the players of Quetta Esports. Yep. Yes, they are trying very hard to actually spot down players, and just because of that, look at that Belief's helmet. That's completely red. One more shot, not just only that he would be knocked, his helmet will be blown off. Yep, we have seen in the past. And Believe, as you mentioned, he actually got the chicken dinner in this map of Erangel for them, and they actually performed really well. And Believe has been a star performer if we talk about the roster and the players of Lost Esports. So it actually becomes important to Believe from his side to actually showcase his performance and his talent in this last match and this last opportunity and in this last map of Miramar.
Exactly. It just becomes a big of a challenge for sure for the players to just look forward to and see forward to it. But now, if we talk about the stuff that's happening here, you can look at the players of BFR. They're trying to just move forward. Astro's out there, and then obviously they are pretty close to the airdrop as well. The ones that falling up, if they want to take it, it's going to be a good thing for them. So altogether, a decent movement by the players.
Yes, but look at that rotation from the players of RB from the open, from the southeastern side. They are trying to make a rotation, but Paraboy spots Astro Killer down, and Reback confirms his kill. That means Astro. This team hasn't had a good outing till now. Not a decent outing that I actually expected from, because they ended the last week on a very high note, and also with that patch they are not looking good for now. But as you said, on the central lines of Los Leones and Chumasera, this is a central shift. That means all of the teams will be into zone, and some of the teams still have to make an entry, and RB are trying to make an entry from the southern side.
They definitely are, and again, the circle will have to move on to the southern side. Chumasera, Los Leones, those areas just are out there. Picaro onto the upper sides as well. So again, there are teams onto the sides of Picaro, and they'll stay there. They'll still stay there for a while. They don't have to just move forward to any direction for themselves, and they don't have to just worry about the momentum shift that's going to be happening up anytime soon. So they're going to be looking really decent for their own self. So somehow with just talking about this one. Let's see where if a rush happens on Picado, how will these two teams just move forward with that rush?
But look at that cluster that is actually developing on the northern side of Chumasera. Astro, Orion, K9, and sooner or later RB will be in the frame. So from Chumasera to Picado, a continuous straight line can be drawn. But with that, an M24 shot and one player goes down. But M249 into this drop, and Orion's player will be having their hand onto this M249.
Yeah, I mean, it is how it has to be. But now, just looking up forward, talk about it. Iconics on the backsiders there, believe. They were in the buildings looking at a really good comfort for themselves. But now you can look at this, right? A few players just moving out. So maybe it might as well just happen. Reback onto the backside as well. The one player is on low HP. Now he will be just, healing up for themselves. But this team got a good second in the last game. Let's see what better they can do in this one.
Yep, last game was a very good outing for them, and continuing that confidence, continuing that performance, they can actually execute the same performance, because for now they are 4 men strong. They are having a good whole compound, and it seems that they are also having some utilities and vehicular movement. So everything going into the favor for now. Let's see how they are gonna approach for the later half of the game. But they have also spotted the players of BFR, and a continuous snapshot of SKS from free back is being shot upon to the players of BFR, and they were just trying to puncture the tires vehicles.
Well, they were right, just trying to get those players, maybe just, stopping on the rotation, something like that, something out of the blue. That I would say it did not just, perform as they expected. Because obviously, even if the players are far away, once they start moving, they won't be rendered at that distance. So again, it just gets its own mistakes.
Where do you circle? This circle would make a shift.
Well, this circle, still staying onto its own lines, own areas, and Picaro still finding out a good thing for its own self. Lost Learners, the backside of Lost Learners, that's where just one team is K9. Once they start moving, let's see how they move up.
Yep. If the circle actually favors them, they can sit in for a long time, but we have to wait for that. And yes, as I said, circle is into the favor. Can we expect some skirmishes going on from the western half of the circle as teams are trying to aggress into the rotation and some rotation? Talking about that, it seems that Quettaknigh's players Thami has been caught in the open and he would soon be eliminated as Lost Esports. They are looking very strong. Believing in himself and trying to maximize the number of kills for him.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So let's see how the stuff happens as the knocks have been taken down. The finishes, will be going for Believe. So talk about it, right? A team that was just at Picaro for a long time. Now they find someone, they take him down, and now they'll be going for the kill. That actually gets them out of their comfort zone because now they're outside the circle as well.
And yes, Believe is trying to spot other player down. He does know that Thami is onto its backline, but he's still not finishing. But where are the other players of Quettaknigh? He's just trying to spot. And yes, he has spotted some of the players and he's just not trying to waste his time while finishing Thami. And finally, yes, Iconic finishes him well. But it seems that some other team have finished. That means it might be a kill steal that goes against them. But FTE, they are also looking pretty decent in this match.
Yeah, that they are just looking up pretty decent onto these areas. But now talking about it, right? FT have an edge. The edge is good for them, but I would still want to see how much of a more utilization can they get from that edge for themselves. So let's see how this team just goes down.
Yes, from the edge they are trying to make a rotation, and this all rotation is happening on the northeastern side of the map. Team BFR, they just need a good match into their favor and then they will feel the comfort zone going into the way. But the way Reback is trying to make an entry towards the compound, Mamba can take an opening onto him as he is holding the other angle. Look at that beautiful split. Abbas Regale from Orion holding onto the ground, and Knock finish having that compound stronghold, and Mamba onto the backhand side. This can be a game. They are looking very strong.
They definitely are just doing really strong. But Mamba has taken down Reback, and that's where the fights are just beginning. Reback was obviously just a bit onto the alone sides, and some of them taking down. Paraboy is out there as well. Paraboy will be the next one to fall down if it just goes down to it. We'll still have to see what are they thinking for the fights just to move forward with everything. Knock finish onto the backsides as well, still trying to spot up a few players. Did spot him one down. That's knocked out player though. Zesty's moving up forward. Let's see what happens as Scarlet and Paraboy onto the backsides, and the finish will be done. And now Scarlet and Paraboy, that church area for themselves. Paraboy has been spotted down as well. The location is compromised. They can't just stay out in the open. Reback will be finished down as well, and that are two big blows to the players of FTE. Well, Paraboy now with the grenade. Will that do the damage? That might as well do the damage. Yes, it does damage, but it did not do the job. 32 bullets onto his own hands. He is using another grenade right now. Molly being done, but okay, that Molly did not. Already did take down one player, but till then the elimination did happen.
Exactly, double whammy onto the players of FD, and just because of that they have faced an elimination. But somewhere down the line, Orion has spotted and read all those kills, and M249 into an action. We just talked about these players, how do they use it pretty well, and this can be a moment that they can actually make a push. Obviously this mini generator gives you the confidence to make a push, and not just only that, all the other four players are trying to make a push. And yes, this Lamin can go against the players of Fyme as they are just trying to make an entry. But Predator, he just tried to spot the players, but finally not trying to make a knock. But no! Orion's players are falling down one by one, but Predator has also fallen down.
Predator has definitely fallen down, but this is where it just goes down, right? One player surviving needs to give revive to all the players, but he's being pressurized. What's gonna happen? That boom did take down one, not finished, has been finished, but with one player surviving on low HP, nah, he'll be taken down as well.
DES knows how to defend these these teams, and it seemed that that door was blocking. It seems some other players are still having the crosshair aligned onto this player, but it seemed for a moment that Orion a fight could have gone onto the way, because if you are having M249, the confidence level is onto another level, but it was completely denied by the players of DES, and just because of that, DES secured 4 kills into the game. The only thing that they next want to do is to go into zone safely.
They do, want to have that area for themselves, that safety cushion for themselves. If it just goes down to it, we'll have to see how or when do the players just, move forward to this one, because the circle's coming out. The zone is just, quite on its own way to move forward. So maybe let's see how the things just go down with the players and the momentum for themselves.
Yes, and it seems that Circle has made an urban shift. As we can see, the southern part of Los Leones into the Circle, and with that, DESfyme is going down one by one. The player are losing the trot, the player are losing the match, and because of that, one player down going. And yes, some more players are going down from the players of LC Cancer. That means Play Zone is doing some real sort of damage, and yes, this was the thing that we were actually waiting for. The last game, the last match of the qualifiers. Can this end into an urban finish?
Well, LS, I mean, they can have a good game once again, but by the looks of it, look at that. Believe goes down. They are down to 3-man squad right now. Obviously, they can go for the revive, but it's going to be a risky affair right now. I was talking about this is going to be the 4th circle, 18 minutes plus marker onto the game. And slowly and slowly, when we talk about these kind of fight, right, RT, the players of RB onto the back sides, and talking about LS into the middle side, and then it's K9 onto the other side as well. The skirmishes will be moving up, and they have to move on inside the circle as well. So all together, all in all, like they are inside the circle, but they'll have to look for the teams that have to move on inside the circle as well. So all in all, the skirmishes are going to be just really, really dreading out. But Iconic has been spotted on. His location is compromised, but this gives them time to revive their teammate.
Yes, Unknown, we just saw him going down, but he just missed that shot. But Iconic, he just again dared to spot his head, and Chaudhary is missing some mark because he is not able to connect those shots straight onto his face.
Yeah, it is. But now talking about it, right, Unknown is just onto the back side, believe as well. So all the players still, want to move on for their own safety cushions. And with that, they'll be trying to move on for good. Unknown still just out here, has 1 kill. Would want to get more, obviously would want to get a higher number of kills for his own self, and is just moving on to the backside slowly and steadily. Talk about K9. They are at the center lines of the circle. Next zone, wherever it goes, they are inside the circle for sure.
Yep, they are sitting in the dead smack center. One more circle shift, and they would be at least expecting themselves on the edge of the circle for now. Circle will make a shift, obviously, 6 seconds, and then the circle will be retreating. The blue zone will be hitting that safe zone, and then we can see a shift. But Astro, they just need to take a fight in for themselves, because they are up against Brekar. Brekar are still on the first half of the table. This can be a game for themselves, but the way Panda is trying to flush off the players can go down, but no, the moment he just lobbed in the nade, he just went away from that pace.
He did went away from that pace. We're talking about those 8 teams, right? These 8 teams still trying to survive for themselves onto the good lines, and by the looks of it, they are surviving really, really good. But now we'll have to see and look forward to where the teams just actually go, because Panda Salman, they are onto the backsides as well, trying to spot on the back lines. You can see Astro taking up a good fight, but Panda will be taken down right now. It's down to Salwan if he can just save himself and his teammates from getting eliminated out of the lobby. But LS, all these players that are surviving, they're still looking good, they're still looking brilliant, but Panda will be finished down, so will be Salman.
Ooh. That means that is an exit for Astro.
Exactly, that was an exit for the team Astro by the looks of it. And now Unknown, just let's see if his grenade does the job, as well as there are so many grenades being taken down from here to there. And now the grenade was lofted down. Did it reach his opponent? It's still a thing to look out for.
No, it didn't, and it just fell short because of that opening. He just felt that it could have gone. Had there been a more good parabolic part, things could have been done differently. But the way players are trying to spot down each other, it is brilliant. And this is what we expect in this last match. In this last match of Miramar, we are seeing an urban finish, a delight for all the viewers, and obviously a delight for you and as well as for me.
Exactly, the delight is just out here, but we'll still have to see, if it just follows its own path for these 7 teams to move forward to 21 plus minute marker in a few minutes or so. We're going to be seeing the end of the game and see one team getting that chicken dinner for themselves. We'll have to see when that happens, how that happens, what team is going to be the one that just stays on top of every other team. Scott is just onto the back lines for his own self. Let's see if he can take up a good fight or not. Talking about it right now, but now as the circle has moved up against the players, against the will of the players, let's see which teams just survive onto their own good stuff.
Yes, we have to wait for that. But Circle makes a shift, and that was the thing we were talking about. K9 still holding the edge. So, can K9 maximize the number of kills? That's the question that will be answered in a moment or two.
Probably they'll have to somehow they'll have to hold up a good area, a good momentum for themselves, talking about the fights. But while talking about everything, you can have a look at how the players are surviving. Like, it's not that big a deal though, because they have good covers, but the thing is the survival gives them good points, and they are getting those points for themselves come what may. They want those points for themselves come what may, and they are getting it good.
Yes, and talking about survival, one team is also surviving for now, and that is of K9. Right now, they have sensed that they just need to make an entry into zone, and just because of that, K9, all the 4 men marching in strong with the compound, just to ensure that if there is any player, we will be eliminating them as soon as we entry, and they knows how to actually defend this spot, defend this fortress, but the way a rules breaker are trying to make an entry into zone with all these 3 players, they can be in a very vulnerable, in a very susceptible position for now, because they have attracted some of the players crosshair, and just because of that, they have received some of the support. The RP Stoma out in the open. No. They have been eliminated.
They have definitely been eliminated, which breaks it down to 6 teams, 14 players alive right now. Iconic is on the backsides. Believe is out there. Unknown's out there as well. Zer onto a bit front side as compared to his team. And obviously, he is just, looking really good. But they know that there's a smoke out there. That means someone's in the smoke. And Zesty is the one who's safely surviving into the smoke lines, because there are containers, there are those cans right next to him, but how long can he survive? Will he be spotted down? There are so many questions that need a good answer.
Yeah, out of the 8 kills, 5 kills into the name of Zesty. That means he has the potential thing that a player actually needs in this match. He has the confidence. The only thing he needs, that's just that he can expect that on the mercy of these players, that they doesn't spot him. If they do, he will be taken down, because he is the last player surviving, and as we know, there will be no revival, no repentance after that, and we can see an elimination from this team. But for now, it seems that we just have to wait for that shift, that 7th shift that will be taken in a moment.
Definitely have to wait for it, and with that, it will be just slowly and steadily getting onto its own lines as the circle's moving up forward. And with that, LS is looking really strong. I mean, not with the kills though, they have decent kills, 4 kills onto their bank, but now they have the circle as well. And with that circle onto their contestations, all they have to do is just defend that area, or maybe just reach close to that ridge, because that ridge is something that's going to be really, really good for them.
Exactly, they just need to go into the, but for now, it seems that Zesty has to make an entry, and 22 meters, can this 22 meters be an area that can actually dig a graveyard for them? For this, we have to wait for now, because K9, they are still holding the compound, but this team has also to go into zone. 9 meters into zone, but Iconic has been taken down. A very good knock coming on from the side of Zesty. Zesty is still not stopping.
All these teams, all these players, they are looking really good with their own gameplay and their own self. But now we'll still have to just, look forward to how the fights keep on happening slowly and steadily. And let's see how it happens. Zesty's out there. Oh, the shot did connect him.
Exactly, it did connect him. It did brought him down to 50 HP, but obviously it was not that precise as to take him down. But a push from Lost Esports. This can be a game in for Zesty.
Whoa, he did take him down. That was good. I mean, the blast on the vehicle from the backsides, it already, did do a lot of damage. And the grenade, the throwable was out there. That, again, just, went it down. But let's see if Zesty can get those kills for himself. I mean, Chaudhary is the one that's getting those kills. You can have a look at that as well, because there was a gas can onto the backside as well. That did the job. Now the throwables are coming up. Let's see if Uzair's kill gets stolen. No, it's not. It's still just, bleeding out in that area. Zesty, meanwhile, moving up forward. The team has 9 kills. Zesty has 6. That's a really good thing. You need to reload, mate. He needs to reload. He just has 4 bullets in his barrel.
Exactly, just has 4 bullets. But K9 Chaudhary is not stopping as he takes one more player down. K9 are still looking very strong. They still have all 3 players intact, but they have to make an entry in zone. And the moment I say Tyrant, it seems he has been taken down not by the players of Zesty, of DESfyme, but by the play zone. So play zone is actually doing some damage in the last circle of this map.
Yeah, it is, right? But there's nothing to worry about it, I would say, in a way, because the players still are trying to get every fight for themselves. Fyme, he's using a stun now. He did do good with his grenades, Steve, but now he had a stun in his hands. That means he does not have any more frag grenades to look out for. He might have to loot it from the crates that are around him, but can this solo survivor get the game for himself? That's the most important question. He still has to get inside the circle, 33 meters, but the timing is there. I mean, he has more than 40 seconds to get inside the circle. But talk about Tiger and Hannan, like he's just out there. This one-on-one skirmish in the smoke might be deadly for someone. By the looks of it, Tiger is on low HP right now, but Hannan moving up forward, he has to shoot up a few more bullets if he can spot him down, and yes, he does. He takes him out.
Exactly, that's the way the fight is taken if you are into the smoke. Hannan known how to take that fight, and yes, no, out in the open. Zesty, one more kill.
How is this guy still alive? It's a 1v1. It's a 1v1. With Zesty surviving, he has spotted down Unknown as well. He knows Unknown's out there, but the thing is, Unknown is inside the circle, and Zesty has to move 33 meters in the circle. Somehow, it just goes down to that. What is he going to get from this airdrop? Maybe he's not picking up the guns, but now he's going to go for the grenades. He is going to go for the throwables. The road to move inside the circle for Zesty is going to be really tricky, really tough. Unknown spots him out. Unknown has spotted him out, but he's looking for a rightist movement. And by the looks of it, Zesty is also putting on a lot of pressure. Can he take this fight? 14 bullets for him. 5 bullets for him. Switches on to the second gun. Trying to take him out. Still getting all the shots. He is hitting out all the shots. 26 bullets onto his barrel. What's happening? Unknown. How long can he survive? Switches on to the M4 once again. Can he take this fight? Yes, he does. Yes, he still survives. He still lives to see another day.
Exactly, another day. One chicken also heading into the line. Zesty coming up with that chicken run. We were talking about this thing that if Zesty takes this chicken run, it would be an incredible finish of this day, and obviously for the qualifier. And this was the player that actually did the job for them. An impressive gameplay coming up from their side.
He did get everything best for his own self, and with that, I would say Zesty. I mean, he got the hearts. He got the hearts for sure at that moment, because the adrenaline rush that gets onto your mind when the fights like these are happening, and he got the best out of those fights in one of the most amazing fashions. One of the best wins that I would say we have seen. Like today's every game was amazing in its own self. Talk about those 1v1 skirmishes till the end.
Exactly, talk about the 1v1 skirmishes that happened in the Sanhok, and the same 1v1 happened in this Miramar. So as you say, history repeating itself in its own way.
And the best part about this one was Zesty got every player in the top 5, kind of, talk about it. The one that was surviving onto the fourth, like he tried to take down Uzair as well, did not get him though, but then he moves on to the left hand side, takes the other one that was Kane, and Hannan takes the other one that was the final player. So let's have a look at the match ranking to see where it goes down. 27 points. Wow.
One more chicken dinner into their name, and with this I'm damn sure that maybe DES would be topping the chart, but Lost Esports also had a very good outing with 17 points. Abdul Hannan back-to-back good performance, 16 total points. BFR 13 points. DESfyme 7 points, so 20 less points than their other counterpart. Leopards 5 points, and ORION faltering down with just 3 points.
Yeah, I mean, it just is happening altogether. But now talking about the fights and talking about everything that just, keeps on going, I would say the fights are looking really good. They have been looking really good. And after that, there's just one thing to look forward and to see through, and that is the way the fights will be keeping on its own momentum slowly and steadily. But today, it just marks up the end of an era for a few teams for sure. But now, for the next time to just, come back, that's going to be a really detrimental day, because a few teams like they have showcased their amazing gameplay. I would love to see even more from those teams.
Yes, it would be a situation where the teams would actually be not looking up for, because this is the place, this is the moment that many teams are shattered, and on the other side, we need to see the other side of the coin where some dreams would be made, and with that, we head towards some of the visuals coming in.
Yeah, there are some of these visuals that are just, happening all together for themselves. But these Oppo F19 Pro moments, they just got the best out of everything. But this is where we'll be seeing, I would say, more or less of Zesty's highlights. Look at this. He was shot at. He survived this. He survived this somehow. Then he survived this somehow. I mean, it was Chaudhary that did everything, but Zesty was the one that was getting everything for him, his own self.
Exactly. Credits must be given to the players of K9 that actually helped the players of DESfyme to help that. But no, this knock was the moment. And look at this 1v1 at a situation where he was just holding that 5 bullets into his M416. And from here, we see the overall ranking, the top 7, top 8 teams on our TV screens.
Yes, and talking about that, even moving forward, Quettaknigh, I mean, they have been at the second position, but Fyme, TeamTES with a really good jump, 136 total points. It just, separates them from the league right now. They had that safety cushion, and they are looking really good with it.
And Ocean, look at that, just 8 games, 2 chicken dinners, 63 placement points, 73 kills.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the kill numbers, it just gets the best out of everything. But Leopards, I mean, Leopards is the team that has one of the least kill numbers for themselves, but still they got good placement points. That means they were playing it tactically, and they played it good. DESfyme with a second chicken dinner for themselves. I would say it's a thing to brag about right now, because the win was it was one of the best wins to be seen. But Rules Breaker, talk about it, right? A team that was with a chicken dinner, still out of top 8.
Not only the chicken dinner, because of this match, they were on the hashtag 7th position, and just because of some of the teams that actually performed pretty decently well, some team have to slip down on the second half of the chart. And with this, Rules Breaker, Abdul Hannan, these are the teams that would be missing out this opportunity as for now.
They will be definitely missing out on the opportunity as of now. But talking about the opportunities, right, it did come to them all together, and they enjoyed it. They enjoyed every inch of it when the opportunity was there. They enjoyed it by taking just good fights for themselves, and the good fights did come out really good for it. But talking about it, right, the overall ranking are done. We have seen the teams that have just qualified. Now it just comes down to the next stage, where these teams will be showcasing their amazing gameplay altogether, because they have been doing up right now. I would love to see what the next days will be bringing us for sure.
Yes. So with this, all these games for all these teams are over. With these, obviously we have got all those teams, and obviously, these teams will be again playing against each other, and I'll be more interested to see how these teams will do their homework, because now they are known with the teams where they are dropping with the drop location, where they can cut with the rotation, and where they can up their ante and get their numbers on in their favor.
Exactly, but with this one, we come to a conclusion, that is that there are a few teams that are going forward, but there are some others that might as well just try them out with the experience that they have been getting out here. But with that, thank you everyone for watching out. We guys will be seeing you around really soon. Take care. Bye bye.